tired, don't feel no pain, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. I am the fire, you know my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, so come and get it. Give me all you got, so come and get it. Only need one shot, so come and get it. So come and get it.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the last day for qualifiers here in the Ethereal Crown of 2024. I'm Ultrazim. Joining me here for today's action is Lord of Terrans. And man, do we have some Overwatch for you. Last night, we saw the first team eliminated as Talons lost out to Sinister Gaming in a thrilling 5-game spectacular set. And now we get to walk into today's first match, Ethereal Ducklings versus Vanquish, with the rest of the lower bracket going to be coming on later today. One of these two teams going to be setting themselves up for an automatic qualification. And Terran, I mean, it has been a long road coming, but we still are pretty much unable to predict who is going to come through at the end of this.
Yeah, and probably the most hyped game coming into this tournament. I think everyone was looking at this and saying, you know, these are the top two teams. Who's going to qualify in their first spot? No one really knows, because both teams showed great performances in the first qualifier, but weren't able to get over that final hurdle. And now is their chance to show that they are, at the very least, the best team in this qualifier.
Right, exactly. I mean, these two teams only just narrowly missed out in the first chance qualifiers. They fought so hard, tooth and nail in every fight, and they just did not manage to qualify. So they were definitely the two firm favorites coming into this one. But it's been so good to see other teams popping up. People like Raiders is really impressed, being a team that has been never seen before, and yet managing to take out Sinister in the first round in a 3-1, and then they drop down to the lower bracket where they have to have a rematch in our next match later today. I mean, that's fantastic to see. Overwatch has been thriving in our community in such a way. And what's really cool to see is all the innovations that have come out. Obviously, since the last time we've hosted an Overwatch tournament, there have been new heroes added. The meta is completely different. I mean, Terran, when I look at this, the quality of Overwatch that we have seen just shows the pedigree here in South Africa.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you consider that this isn't any of our top 4 teams that we've known that kind of dominate a lot of South African Overwatch. These are teams who have come in, mostly are very new, and shown that they have a great understanding of the game, not just, you know, from a hero point of view, but compositional point of view. It's been great to see the kind of changes as we're seeing throughout the matches of, oh, this isn't working, let's try something different. Even if it maybe isn't always the best decision, there is a lot of that thought process going on, and it just shows how far we've come as a community.
Yep. And I mean, here, there really hasn't been a single meta that's dominated, which I really love to see. It shows that Overwatch is in a very healthy spot, but also the innovation now to bring in stuff like the loser always picks the map, that sort of, and it's not just the map type, or not just the map, but the map type itself is also something that really adds to that dynamic. And then my favorite part of this, the hero bans. And I want to chat to you about that at the beginning of today, because Lucio and D.Va have been the standout bans consistently throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I think looking at the D.Va especially makes a lot of sense, because out of all the tanks, you say she's the one that feels the strongest and the most oppressive, especially for a lot of DPS where you want to try to take those off angles, but there's D.Va mitigating everything that you throw at the enemy team. Whereas Lucio, I think it becomes a bit more stylistic, as well as could potentially be the kind of thing of, we don't want to play against these rush style compositions. So we'd rather take that Lucio out of the pool and maybe play something where we can keep our distance, as opposed to just rush on, head in. Maybe it also could be an ode to Lixodian as well. that Lucio ban coming out. And every time you think, every Lucio main that when it gets banned just has that little cry moment, even if they're not watching the broadcast.
I mean, they just feel it in their heart, right? No matter where you are, you're like, no, not today. But definitely, I've been surprised to see how many Lucio one tricks we've had in our community, and every single time they come out in full anguish there. But let's jump into today's action. It is, of course, the Ethereal Ducklings versus Pandacity, or Panda City, I believe it is, Vanquish there. And I mean, these two, again, stacked rosters that we've seen, and some really nice aspects towards it. The Ethereal Ducklings having a stacked roster, not just the 5 people who are on the scene right now, but also the 5 people that they've got to pull on in the rest of their squad. Yesterday, we got to see these guys, Void Rooney, doing a magnificent job on every one of the very mobile characters. The Echo, the Venture especially, was sublime. And Nova, our player of the game in their matchup yesterday, Nova was hitting everything. As Anna hitting the sleep darts on ulting Reapers, hitting the anti-heal grenades on the entire enemy team, being able to stay alive, being able to keep Phoenix Tears as the super aggressive tank up and healthy for as long as humanly possible, and a little bit further after that.
Yeah, I think, looking at those games yesterday, Nova really stood out. A lot of those fights, especially the one that comes to mind, is that fight in Midtown. Your Nano Reaper drops off high ground. That sleep dart, honestly game-changing. From then, obviously we didn't get to see her in that final map, but definitely someone who shows their impact and is probably a target coming into the next game. Can Panda City get her down before she gets that much value?
Lix hitting up the drip today. That is one of the most stylish Overwatch players I've ever seen. And then, of course, Phoenix Tears. It has been the hat meta the whole way through, and Phoenix Tears getting a little bit of support on top there, leading the charge. And then on the other side, of course, we've got Panda City Vanquish, a international team of note with both Limes and Salmons coming from outside of the country, with Pokemoli in the back line. Also, this one out of the UK, Limes from the Netherlands and Salmon from Norway. The rest of the squad coming from South Africa and having made a name for themselves for a while. And what excites me the most, I really want to see if Nevi does actually come out with the Juno. Yet to see that in one of my broadcasts.
Yeah, Juno, definitely a character that teams are still trying to figure out where she fits in. A lot of the time, do you want to take her over the Lucio, where you have more of that burst speed, but less consistent speed throughout, as well as maybe Lucio offers a little bit more of, we can challenge high grounds a bit easier. He can duel characters like the Tracer, but that orbital ray from Juno, we've seen teams use to great effect so far. You can pop that ultimate and everything just explodes around you. It's just so much damage. It's kind of akin to Orisa's Supercharger back in Overwatch 1.
Oh, the good old days, man. How many abilities we've lost along the way. I love to see it. But yeah, definitely. It's that halfway between a Transcendence and a full team Nano Boost right there. So very excited to see if that does come out. But without wasting any further time, let's jump into this matchup right now. Map number 1, of course, always going to be a control point, and we're heading off to the Greek Isles. Ilios going to be hosting us there. And then we also have our hero bans. It's going to be the Ethereal Ducklings taking out the obvious omnipotent D.Va, and then Vanquish deciding that they don't want to deal with any sort of dive and takes, or at least maybe enable their own sort of dive, and takes out the Brigida.
I think out of all these bans, I really like the Brigida ban. Ducklings in the matches have seemed to prefer this Honor Brigida kind of playstyle, and taking out that Brig makes that Honor so much more vulnerable. Who do you play with that Honor now? A Lucio, potentially, maybe you come out on that Honor. Juno, it is something we've seen in OWCS Korea a few times. Your players like Finn Violet bringing out quite a bit, but a lot of the time it seems a little bit on the weaker side in terms of dealing with a dive of their own, because the Juno, you can speed your Honor around, but that's only really all you can do.
Well, I mean, it really is a big thing. Like you say, it's not just the Brigida that you're banning out, because it does make that backline so much weaker. And when Nova was popping off yesterday, having a second support to just give that assistance and keep her safe so that she has the freedom to use her cooldowns and throw the anti-heal grenades aggressively, use the sleeps to try and counter out someone on the front lines instead of holding it for themselves, it kind of really does highlight what Vanquish is looking to do. And so I would not be surprised to see them throwing out something like the Monkey and the Echo or the Tracer or something on top of that. So very excited to see it. Very heads-up play, and a very rare ban that we don't get to see in a lot of this competition. And then, of course, it means that they've got the opportunity to save their something like a Lucio ban for later into the competition. Otherwise, no subs to speak of, even with the diverse rosters that these guys have. So we are going to go straight into the matchup, and we're taking our first purchase here on the Ilios Lighthouse.
And already you're starting to see the Winston composition coming out from Ducklings, looking to play the Ilaria. I believe they did bring that out yesterday as well. Is something we have seen quite a bit. Ilari, very good at putting a lot of kind of flank pressure on. She has that pylon. She has quite a bit of burst damage, like kind of akin to Kiriko in a lot of ways, just not as much survivability with the TP and the Suzu. Whereas you're looking at the Jungle Queen setup, they want to just go hard.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a brawl style coming out from Vanquish, and you're going to have Limes in the background. Coconuts on there, Laurie. I'll kind of like it as like a pseudo Brig in some ways, because you've still got a boot potential. You can knock everyone back, but it's all going to come down to how cohesive this Ethereal Ducklings dive is going to be. They were doing sublimely on that yesterday. You can see them just waiting it out. Patient is Phoenix Gears until that go call comes. They're trying to figure out what target they're really wanting to get to. Sombra peeks out of nowhere, and Boyd Rooney gets taken down. Trade quickly comes out, though, and takes out the support on the other side. Fable trying to take on that Tracer matchup. There's just a single kill apiece as the hack goes out, and lots of damage. Limes manages to get back up on the high ground, and Phoenix Gears manages to pull the Monkey back in. Unfortunately, Varipe, though, getting so low, can't contribute too much towards the fight. Does get confirmed by the counterpart. And the Vanquish are starting to look like they've got a little bit more of an edge in towards this fight. Phoenix Tears again, once more pushing the limits of the hero, but eventually gets punished for it. And Vanquish's brawl and sustain seems to come out the better in our first fight.
Yeah, a great hack there to start that fight from Limes. Almost responded back well by Nova with the anti there, but the fight kind of breaks down. And in the end, a good start for Vanquish, especially looking at the Rampage coming out, could be big to start the next fight.
Yep, that's actually huge, right? Building up an ultimate in one fight, and they managed to drag that fight out so long that they were able to build up extra ultimate charge, get 30% up on the points, and now Salmon is in the perfect position, really, as anyone wants to try and challenge on this high ground, goes through all of them, manages to get Carnage involved as well, and the kills fall so succinctly afterwards. Quickly picks up 3 of them, and now can take all the time that they want. Voideruni the last to 4, and 10 kills up, involved in basically every one of the deaths so far is Salmon.
The incredible Rampage here. Didn't even seem like Ducklings really expected that to come through with how quick it was, and just lined up perfectly for it. Easy fight win coming to the next, and one ultimate fight wins are always great.
Now we head through here. Ethereal Ducklings only on the verge of that nano, and they would love to drop that onto Phoenix Tear. Nice anti-heal grenade, but cleansed out there. It does not seem like Salmon managed to get a hold of that, but stays alive for long enough. Again, the trade comes out 1-for-1 between these two, and it carries on going a little bit further. The backline is being traded, and Phoenix Tears comes out the better in the tank duel. Manages to now make their way towards the point. It does have Voideruni in tow behind them. so can really put on a bit of pressure. Needs to be careful. Is forced to use that recall. Instead, going to try and jump up with their tank on the main point here. A little bit of a precarious situation for Lions. They have to retreat to the back line. And now that the point actually still contested here, not confirmed just yet, but a Primal Rage knocks 2 off there. 1 manages to get back. Nevi, unfortunately, unable to regain their footing. It means they're going to be going down. Still, this fight trickles on. It has been Ethereal Ducklings picking up the point at least, so they don't mind this being a little bit more of a scrappy fight. And Vanquish look to be regrouping.
Punch fight there from Phoenixes. They're picking up, especially Nevi on that backline as that fight started. Now with the Primal Rage, need to be a bit careful, but does survive. There's the swap onto the Baptiste, which I find very interesting considering how strong those anti-nades were against the Junker Queen.
A very interesting play there from Ethereal Ducklings. They give up a little bit of space, but that just allows them to now collapse upon their opponents. Great ultimate comes out from Coconut. Unfortunately, falling too quickly behind it. Salmon going to be using that ultimate onto the ground below, but they have at least managed to get up to the 99%. Going to be stalled out for just a little bit overtime secured thanks to the Bob. And while putting on a lot of pressure against these very squishy targets, unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone from Ethereal Ducklings. Great boot to deny Phoenix Tears at the end on the ball. But it is going to be Vanquish, just taking that early lead and taking map number 1.
And really, Salmon, that Jungle Queen, putting in so much pressure onto Phoenix Tears, always making sure that whenever he's looking to dive, there's a knife in him, he's losing half of his HP, and it meant that so much healing had to go into Phoenix Tears that there wasn't really that support there for Void Arena Ripe. And even that now, like looking at, with the Brigitte out of play, yes, you're not playing that dive, but Brig has always been very good at helping out with the DPS, with the packs, and that's just not there. Something Ilari can help with, but you can only really help 1 DPS at a time with a pylon.
Yeah, it's only 1 at a time, and so Ethereal Ducklings decides to swap across to the Mercy, someone that has a little bit more mobility and can perhaps try and avoid any of these people. Unfortunately, Lime swapping off that Sombra now, going to be putting some pressure with that hit scan of Soldier. And on the other side, Coconuts has so many people that they can boost up. Ripe being, of course, the prime target, the ripe target, if you want. A bit of early damage takes out one of the supports, the other one falling so low here for Vanquish, and they've decided to go on the aggression, really pushing into their opponent's side. And it's kind of a split fight, trading of where they're coming from. And that split of the fight favors Ethereal Ducklings, managing to cut off one side or the other. They are still trying to find out for who's going to take first possession here. And Vanquish still staying alive for long enough. Salmon eventually falls, and that's the key pick that Ethereal Ducklings was really going to look for. They did manage to get up possession of the point, so they can stagger it out for as long as they can. Phoenix Tears a late death into the fight. Still the trades continue. As long as this fight collapses, though, Vanquish going to be happy about it. See if the Rays can come through in a very optimistic one and they go deep into their opponent's half. And no, the timer comes out there. Ethereal Ducklings make their way onto the point, and after giving up 19%, it's going to at least come back and officially, technically win fight number 1.
Yeah, and the most really coming into play, I mean, the Surgeon getting that pick straight from the bat, and you can see how much value both have got, both coming up to the ultimates, and Ripe opening the fight once again.
Oh, that's a massive pick, and like you say, has got that overclock now if they want to throw it in there. Has the mobility to avoid. Salmon doesn't manage to get up onto the high ground, and so needs to be bailed out by the support. Valkyrie pops to keep everyone alive, and that forces everyone from Vanquish, who dived in so deep, does eventually get the stick out there, but when you've lost 3 on your side, the Red is going to come back and further exacerbate the difference between these two teams. Ethereal Ducklings continue to build up pressure, but it was an expensive fight for them.
And great way to keep Ripe alive with them, and he only ends up dying to the pulse bomb. Now we see Salmon swapping over to Winston. I think I prefer this. You kind of need that more pressure and get onto that backline where you don't really have the peel for that Ana, or for the Baptiste, sorry.
Pulse bomb forced out there, and Voideruni still pays with their life. That gives a little bit more space. Salmon goes aggressive onto the 2 supports. Got Fable in tow there to be able to do lots of work. Aggressive slide in here from Ripe is going to put pay towards them. Lime's also deciding to drop out that attack visor to try to take care of this massive health pool of Phoenix Tears. And Phoenix Tears doing all the job in the world to stall that out, gets them up to 70%. And while it is Vanquish going to be taking this fight, they can't afford to lose too many more, and again, an expensive fight. Maybe not needing that attack visor at the end when they had won it.
Yeah, and I think you're thankful maybe that the Primal Rage comes out. At least it's another trade for the ultimate, but the Primal Rage does get its own value in that stall, and we see potentially 1 or 2 fight wins, and this is Ethereal Ducklings map.
Ducklings again, wasting no time, go in aggressive. Baptiste from Nova manages to get onto the high ground. The key pick there, actually, with the only ultimate available in the game, is going to be huge. Voidaruni also going to be falling, and seems like Vanquish wants to take this fight succinctly and still get that percentage up to a more even standing.
And a perfect fight when they're after investing all those ultimates, you invest none. You're now coming up to the Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, Primal Rage, even Pulse Bomb. There's a lot on the side of Vanquish that they can use coming into this fight, and probably can win this cheaply because there's nothing on the side of Ethereal Duck.
No big counters that you're worried about. Cheeto is going to be able to bail them out if they really do get into some sort of bad situation, and so it's going to have to be patient play. And once more, Nova being pressured on the back line, has at least got the Mercy in tow. Pulse Bomb doesn't manage to hit anyone. The rest of the team of Ethereal Ducklings has gone in very deep, and so again, they don't have support now. They need to worry. Voidaruni misses the health back on the blink and gets taken out. Nova evens up the Tracer trade, and now with a lot more kills coming from both sides, it really is hard. Unfortunately for the Ethereal Ducklings, they got to worry about all these ultimates. It's a desperate attempt from Coconuts to try and keep everyone alive, bouncing and dancing above the pit right now. Tries to look for that resurrection onto the Phoenix Gears, but it's just nothing. And Vanquish have taken the lead. They're on 99% overtime once more, no one able to touch. It's Vanquish coming through there, and a 2-0 take map number 1.
And you saw that fight from Vanquish there. Even Ducklings getting those opening couple picks didn't really matter because of the wealth of ultimates that were already online and coming online. I mean, we saw the Kitsune Rush, which I'd say was kind of the backbreaker there. They couldn't really sustain even through the Valkyrie, and then the Sound Barrier comes back, Attack Visor, Primal. It's just a little bit too much in there, and maybe just that better ult economy usage from Vanquish.
Yeah, ult economy was actually huge there. When you're looking at that final fight and you going up 0-3 in terms of ultimates, your opponents really can just lay them one after the other. A Kitsune Rush, one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. A Lucio Sound Barrier keeps everyone alive. Having those two support ults alone is massive, and it kind of gives the freedom to someone like Fable to go and drop a risky Pulse Bomb, a high reward, pretty low risk play that. I mean, there was just the cohesion. We saw in a lot of the aspects there, Ethereal Ducklings was taking very split fights. They were kind of trying to jump into the middle and separate, create a chasm in their opponents, but then they couldn't finish people too quickly afterwards, and their own backline, once they're dedicated so deep, was in a precarious situation.
Yeah, and that's kind of the beauty of running something like that Kiriko Lucio, where you don't really have that backline that you can dive there easily. I mean, sure, you can put pressure on the Kiriko or the Lucio, but Kiriko TP's out, Lucio kind of just skates away, and it's very difficult to really guarantee those kills, whereas like something like the Ana, all she can really do is nade herself, maybe throw out the sleep dart, but she's stuck there. She's just going to keep being under pressure, and if you can't, kind of survive that pressure for long enough, you're going to crumble.
And Ethereal Ducklings, they have such a reliance on their support lineup. Phoenix Gears wants to play aggressive and wants to really go forward and then back up and quickly get healed and then rejoin the action. And it's that sustained pressure that they really utilize to win out any of their maps. And it was denied completely here. We're going to have to see if they've got a better answer coming into map number 2. We're going through to Runasapi, of course, the push map. The Clash. No, it is a push. I had it right the first time. It is push. Runasapi being a wonderful, bright map there. Immediately, the ban comes out from Ethereal Ducklings onto the Sigma.
I think there's kind of a two-part to this ban. I think the first is we want to protect our tank pick, which what we've seen a lot from Ethereal Ducklings on this map, and what they took was the Malga. And that was a big thorn on the side of Inglorious Blasters. So you can say, okay, we're coming into this. Sigma's a strong tank against the Malga, as well as the fact that we don't want them to ban out our Malga because we're so comfortable on it. And on the opposite side, you see Vanquish identify that Malga could come out. It's the Venture. Something in pro play we've seen very common. Malga Venture basically is a pseudo dive of their own. Their ultimate combination is nigh impossible to deal with. So it's a great identification for both teams with their bans.
Yeah. And I mean, Vanquish, certainly, this also feels a bit like a respect ban on Ethereal Ducklings. Voida Rooney absolutely loves this character. And Runa Sapias, with many of the push maps, has so many nice little alleyways that there's a way to poke out, jump out, get a nice bit of pressure and hammer in one or two of the support line, and then escape out, get back towards your team, take nice little circuitous routes throughout there. So I like this from Vanquish. Very clever bans, 10 IQ or 10,000 IQ plays from both of the sides. And I like what you say, Ethereal Duckling is kind of just like taking out the role. Because if you guys by this stage aren't sure how the bans work, if one team bans a hero, then the other team can't ban a hero of the same role. So like you say, Ethereal Ducklings getting a throwaway ban almost onto Sigma means that just the tank role is protected from the other side. Absolutely love that. Very heads up there, Darren.
Yeah, and I think it's something that really makes me happy to see these bans of, there isn't just one way to ban, oh, I don't like this hero, so I just ban it. It's, can we ban heroes to both protect ours and also give us an advantage? Something, I mean, even when we played this map, it was, okay, we want to play Kiriko, but we also don't want them to play Baptiste. So we banned up Baptiste and it protects both. And it's something we've even seen like in the Esports World Cup, with all the Overwatch teams, you saw a lot of the time, maybe we can ban, a Life Weaver or Mercy. No one's really playing that, but it means, okay, we can protect our Ana, Lucio, right. Bap, whatever the case may be.
Very clever. And with that, for the more observant of you, you'll notice that the Ethereal Ducklings making a couple of swaps, and some obvious ones. Something Cat coming in to replace Phoenix Tears, Something Cat being the predominant Mauga force on the Ethereal Duckling side. Saw a great use of that yesterday when they played. And then Coconuts out, Licks in, and of course Licks. The reason you bring Licks into the side is that Lucio. So the highly mobile team of Ethereal Ducklings, and while they don't have the purchase of that venture, Voida Rooney just as comfortable taking on the Tracer to be able to come through, and Ripe, unsurprisingly, going to pick up Sojourn once more. Showed great proficiency with that yesterday. Sojourn on the other side, and Salmon once more goes for the Queen pick to start us off here. Very brawly character, but someone that you wouldn't mind getting trapped in. Without that armor, certainly going to offer a lot of free health here for Something Cat to work with, and decide to start focusing them down straight away. And immediately Cleanse has to come out to keep Salmon alive. Limes, on the other hand, picks up an early kill onto one, make that two now as Lixodian falls. Great off angle coming from the soldier, the highly mobile character. There's once more Vanquish who's going to be opening up our kill tallies.
And I think, Voida Rooney dropping there meant there's a lot of the backline pressure gone, and you could see as soon as that pick happens, Salmon is aggressive, looking for those pick on the supports, because you don't really want to go for that trade with the Mauga. Yes, you can fight him, but why fight a Mauga when I can go for a squishier target, which I can get down in a shorter time?
Oh, and that's a great little stomp there, isolating Fable as they were trying to get back into the side carry. That takes out a lot of the damage. Somehow Salmon on the smallest sliver of HP able to get out. Slowly being picked back up now thanks to the Kiriko of Nevi. Unfortunately, the other DPS for Vanquish going to be taken down. At least they do manage to even it up. Ripe and Sodian picks up one on his counterpart, and Salmon has to keep retreating backwards, keep getting up these bleed takes to try and hold this in a corner. Ethereal Duckling is very content to just let the payload, though, push down this long slope. It's Salmon looking to make a little bit of a rotation around there. Misses on the Gracie on the first hit. Has got some more team mates coming in back here, but Something Cat actually decides to drop down onto the low ground. Flanks around the outside. Fable says, thank you very much. I will take that, and manages to pick up the first kill. Something Cat also goes down, and Ethereal Ducklings, while they were the ones setting the tempo in the beginning, immediately punished, and now they're the ones running for the hills.
And great stabilization there. I mean, you mentioned that Salmon just surviving on 1 HP meant that they could come into the fight lock again. Just now chasing these final picks, that's going to be, the butt scratch secured already. And Ori puts you in such a strong position because now you have that spawn advantage and you can just play out the fight so slowly.
Lams is so aggressive, consistently looking for these new angles, and backed up so well by the team afterwards. It's just Ethereal Ducklings staggering themselves at this point. as Lions just consistently looking for just anything extra that you can get out of the fight. And this is where we were saying, Vanquish, they were able to build up such great ult economy, they were able to layer it. It's because of these micro plays that they're able to go through. Voidoruni going to try and come through big with some sort of nice pulse bomb, and immediately the mobile composition comes out and sends everyone deep into the back line. Something Cat going precariously close to the edge. But the aggression from Ethereal Ducklings has paid off for them. They come in, and even against 5 ultimates, they managed to drop all of their opponents without losing a single person.
Yeah, and a perfectly executed engage there from Something Cat. You're hitting that backline when they were quite split off. And yes, you have the Kiriko Lucia who are a bit more survivable, but that soldier, he's going to struggle to really get away from that Malga composition, identifying that very early and getting that punish with only committing that Kitsune Rush.
Now we see Something Cat, he's built up his page. They've got a couple of ultimates to try and combine with it, starting with the overclock coming out from Ripe. Unfortunately, all of his targets have fled towards the hill. Now that's a shooting gallery. Massive cage comes out there, countered out by the immediate sound barrier from both sides. So nothing comes out in the middle of the cage, but it's just time for Vanquish to use their ult advantage to try and turn the fight back around. They baited in Ethereal Ducklings, and the trays come out. Fortunately for Ethereal Ducklings, it's a little bit more in the favor of Vanquish, who stopped it, and there's a massive discrepancy now coming out in terms of the progress of this spot.
Yeah, and perfect bait there, actually. Even though they're all in that cage, they say, look, we have that sound barrier, we can survive this. There isn't that venture ult that they're combining it with. We, then have Kitsune Rush to respond, and if that cage fight even goes on longer, it drops down. We have, that rampage to just hit everyone, but they don't even need that in this fight.
Rampage is such a nice counter towards that. It actually mitigates any of the sort of mistakes. Something that goes aggressive, but maybe a little bit too aggressive, as Voidoruni now having swapped to the May, but unfortunately, Salmon just there with that Rampage that we were talking about, cleans through their opponents and continues to go, puts a Gracie into the retreating head of Voidoruni. There's going to be even more progress now with only 5 minutes left. The Ethereal Ducklings actually have a way back into this.
It's not looking great, being 100 meters already, and you don't really have any ultimates coming up to say, okay, we can steamroll the next couple fights.
They're going to have to win out the neutral fights, and maybe that's the reason why they have swapped across to the May, to try and pin and isolate and separate off the side like they do so well. Going to be dropping up that Kitsune Rush, but it's too late. Salmon picks up 2 kills in this, and standing so healthy in the center. That's your biggest ultimate that you got, and it still gets nothing.
Yeah, and I think it's just a bit of anti-timing there. A lot of the cooldowns had been committed, a lot of HP low, and the Kitsune Rush comes out while everyone on Ducklings is falling. Maybe you look to try to play a bit slower, build up that Kitsune Rush, and then go aggressive.
Now, with the only ultimate in hand from the Ethereal Ducklings being this Blizzard, can they try and isolate off anyone? They've put the May War on the side, at least forcing the whole of Vanquish into the main streets, but Something Cat going to go aggressive, jumps on top, separated people, but the confirmation of kills is just not there. No one is dying. Finally, they start to choose Grave One. It's the sustained pressure that I was talking about earlier that finally comes out to their betterment. They've looked a game like Vanquish was going to just elude them for too long.
This is not like the probably the ideal fight that you want to win. Not committing any ultimates. You're starting to build up that ultimate back. I mean, Coconut's almost with that Kitsune Rush again, but on the other side, once again, Vanquish have 5 ultimates. Are they going to bait them in once again, or they're just going to start with the Kitsune Rush?
Immediately countered up by the wall. Great play coming out from Voidoruni and drops the Blizzard on top of it, but unfortunately Lams is not caught in that Blizzard. He weathers the storm, pops that tactical visor, clears out the back line, and the aggression, preemptive nature, what looked to be a good response to the early Kitsune Rush from Ethereal Ducklings, mitigated immediately.
And you see the Kitsune visor, it's just, there's no real mitigation on the other side. The only thing you're looking at maybe is the sound barrier, but it's so risky against so much damage coming out. But Voidoruni getting caught here.
Have at least stop the payload now before any further. They can come in with all the ultimates in hand, decide to go aggressive, starting off with the Kitsune Rush, trying to get the May War up to try and stop their retreat out. But I mean, the mobility of Ethereal Ducklings means that they continue chasing down their opponents. Something Cat once more takes a charge through, tries to get around the corners, at least getting damage into their opponents. but Vanquish seems to have cleared the area enough. MMA Wall to try and isolate off, but Vanquish, they're just too quick to be able to stop like that. And Ethereal Ducklings at least get the payload going and have some ultimates in bank.
Yeah, and you see, like, if Ethereal Duckling is starting to identify, look, we don't need to overpush every fight. We can, like, push in, chill a bit, and then come fight. But Salmon already going and looking aggressive, gets caged.
That's great. Coconut doing a great job on the Kiriko to bait in Salmon. And then Something Cat turns around and says, don't focus on that one. They've already TP'd out. I'm going to be the one to worry about right now. Takes that opportunity to now put in more damage. Just chewing through everyone. Doesn't have a lot of people to help confirm the kills in the backline. The more important aspect is the payload finally looking to get towards the forward spawn for the first time here for Ethereal Ducklings.
And it's a very important timing to get this as well. Now you need to look to win this next fight. It's a great start to this fight. Limes are already going down. They do need to be careful because they are a little bit split coming to this fight.
A little bit split. Something Cat starts to join the team. A great shot from Boyderuni and it's taken out the big DPS from the other side. Rampage through every single person. Lixodian with the immediate counter response of the sound barrier there. At least keeps everyone but Rife alive. And so Ethereal Duckling still continue to take this fight. He's got a one-on-one here and Salmon in a very dangerous situation. You got two barrels stuffed down your face and somehow still maintains through it all for a certain amount of time. The wall tries to separate off again. There's just too much mobility between these characters, but it's at least slowed them down and gives Ethereal Ducklings of a cheap fight a really decent snowball opportunity once more.
And Voider-Rooney really coming up clutch with these picks, you know. Getting both DPS in this fight meant that even though it gets a bit messy towards the end, it made sure it had the opening. And Kitsune Visor very early.
And the flex from Ethereal Ducklings comes out. No one is being able to be tracked down, and now they can turn on the pressure. Limes actually takes themselves out with a rocket at the end of it. That's two ultimates, two very valuable ultimates, team-wide winning ones that have suddenly been shut down. And it seems like Ethereal Ducklings, they can hold on to everything else that they need to. Don't need to drop in their Blizzard. And we've suddenly got a match. We actually have a chance here for Ethereal Ducklings to push the last 50 meters.
Yeah, and you can see, like, just a bit of panic coming in Vanquish, like, oh, we need to go with that Kitsune Visor. It doesn't really get that value. Something kind of baits them in, and then, you know, the Ajax really puts them into a position where Ethereal Ducklings are an advantage in terms of ultimates.
Something Cat on the verge now of cage fight, just needs a couple more percentages. You've got that May Blizzard on there. They've got Limes, no one's focusing him though. Instead, they decide to go for a cage fight in the middle. Catches out no one. Eventually, the Lucio does dive in there just to contest the payload. And there is the carnage shut down immediately. The Rampage does not find any value. Somehow, though, Vanquish, they've avoided enough of their opponent's ult to still take control of this bots. They've taken out methodically each of the Ethereal Ducklings, and while they gave us a scary and tempestuous end to map number 2, they're going to take that and put it in the pocket along with their game number 1 win.
Yeah, almost bring it back, but you could say, you know, maybe if we look to start that map off better, really get that identification of, okay, maybe we can punish Salmon quite a bit. You know, we maybe look for a little bit of aggression and say, I got you. Actually, we want to kill your tank, not your backline. But, you know, the Blizzard and Cage fight, unfortunately, just not getting enough value towards the end. They had the ultimates necessary, but, you know, the Blizzard ends up catching Soldier on the end, but he's also walled off, so you can't punish him. And then the Cage fight narrowly misses Salmon. I mean, to be honest, it looked like he was inside it for a second, but was able to just get out, you know, maybe a little bit of value of the ping, you know. But, you know, in the end, it's good signs from Ethereal Duckling showing that they can go toe-to-toe with this team, and maybe not even toe-to-toe, can dominate. It just, they need to get that ball rolling a little bit sooner.
Yep. And a little bit more synergy. Like, I mean, you talked about the Venture and Cage Fight ultimates coming together. Something like a Blizzard and Cage Fight is also an incredibly strong combination between the two of them. Everyone's stuck in one place and is forced to get frozen up. There's no way for them to counter it out. And you just decide to throw them sparingly, catching basically no one in each of them, certainly no one of value that you can punish. And it means that now you've thrown away 2 massive ultimates when that could have been a complete team wipe if they just had a little bit more patience and communication between them. And that's rare to see from this Ethereal Duckling side. They're normally so cohesive in whatever plays that they go into. But it seemed like they were forcing it just a little bit. They're going to have to come through something if they still want to confirm that spot at the LAN coming up later on this year. Because right now, Panda City is sitting one map away from securing themselves a ticket to Cape Town.
And I think, a big thing now is there's a lot of nerves. You can clearly see it. It's a big game. You're now, for both teams, you're obviously for Panda City, you're one game away, whereas for Ducklings, you're down 2-0. It has to be a reverse sweep. You've got to see these kind of clutch plays come out, and that's maybe why you see that kind of a little bit more panic of that cage fight and that Blizzard where we're coming back. Okay, but we need to go, and there isn't really as much thinking going in because you're under so much pressure. You need to kind of just try and get that value as soon as possible. So just need to see a bit of a calmness coming into this next map, and they can definitely pull off both teams. This could very well go to that map 5. It's just we've got to see Ducklings just need to be a bit calmer in certain situations.
Calmness is definitely what it comes down to. I mean, even that overtime is certainly something that will always weigh in your mind. But these guys are experienced enough to know what their limits are. You only need to keep one person around there every 3 or 4 seconds kind of thing to make that touch and keep it alive. You've got all the time in the world to play with if you're playing it properly. It's much better than putting down that whole map. But right now, there are going to be 5 opportunities for these teams to clash towards each other right now as we head to Suravasa. And these flash points are going to determine everything right now. Could this be the turning point between these two teams? Because it really has seemed like moments separating the squads. It doesn't seem like a matchup that should go to a complete 3-0 sweep because it has been intense every moment of this. And then we look at the bans coming out right now. Ethereal Ducklands taking out Winston. Surprising, they're obviously going to be keeping something cat back in, still back themselves on the Mauga. And then Panda City going to be taking out the Sojourn. Obviously a little bit of respect towards Ripe and the efficacy that they've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, and I think, again, similar to what we saw the previous map, the Sigma ban, the Winston, again, protecting that Mauga. Winston maybe not as crucial to denying Mauga because, Mauga has a pretty good matchup into that Winston, big target to shoot, nice sustain, but it's just, again, that protect ban, the Sojourn. There's a lot of damage that Ripe put in. I mean, you look to see on that Ilios map on Well, where he was getting opening pick after opening pick, so it's a good identification. But yeah, going into Suravasa here, I think it's a great pick. Even though, yes, you're playing into that Jungle Queen, you're playing your comfort of that Mauga, and you showed how strong you can be on this composition, so now you just got to carry through that momentum, which you had in that last map.
Momentum is going to be a big part of this right now, and Panda City decide they've got the momentum on their side. They just want to sit and calm their nerves, don't get carried away at any stage, and have asked for a quick 2-minute timeout. So guys, we're going to go to literally a 2-minute break, and we're going to be right back to see if Panda City can close it out in 3. So go grab yourself some water. We'll be back just after this. And we're back with game number 1 here on the final day of the Ethereal Crown qualifiers. It is Panda City managing to vanquish their opponents in the first 2 maps. And Ethereal Ducklings still looking for an answer to break that almost deadlock that they've come up against time and time again. Still lots of life shown by them. We head into map number 3 now. Suravasa waiting for us with Winston and Surgeon taken out of the pool. And Panda City going to be the ones who are looking for one more chance. One more step is all they need to take to be able to go down there through to Cape Town, to that LAN hosted at the 8K Arena. If you guys are just joining us, Altruism and Lord of Terrans sitting on the desk here to break down all the action. And Terrans, we have seen certainly life coming out from both these sides and moments of brilliance.
Yeah, and I think each and every player so far in the series has shown they have the capability to come up with those clutch moments, and that's what makes such a good players in these stressful situations. You find that clutch, you get that crucial pick that opens up the fight. I mean, there's something even to deny the beat coming across. That's something that you can take, okay, we can do this. And Ethereal Ducklings, they can do this. It's just about the execution now and finding ways to really punish someone who, for intents and purposes, has been very aggressive during this series.
It has been. Ethereal Ducklings coming through with an unsurprising composition. Something Cat's still going to be leading the charge on that Mauga. Exodian once more on his favorite Lucio. Coconut has got the cleanse if they need to worry about any sort of anti-heals or anything else like that. Ripe decides to head off towards the Symmetra, adding a little bit more mobility. And Voidaruni finally gets to claim that venture that they've shown so well. Otherwise, unchanged on the side of Vanquish.
And I think, why change what's working for you? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think it's a good start. Obviously, Ripe coming out on the Tracer in the end. But this Venture Malga is something I really want to see and how well they execute the combination.
Something that I was saying Ethereal Ducklings was struggling to do in that previous match was just get that last chunk of damage to confirm the kills, and that's something that Adventure does so well, can actually push their own limits and follow up on whatever the Malga's doing, so might have that extra little bit of burst, and they've used it right now. Salmon gets chewed down, no escaping right there, Nebby falls shortly afterwards, and Ethereal Ducklings immediately into this fight, and with the rest of this highly mobile squad, they can just wreak carnage in whatever battlefield they choose to take.
And you can really see the power of that Venture, even though maybe not getting the most damage in, was able to follow up with the Tracer, with the Malga, meant that Vanquish could just not sustain your Nevi, putting under so much pressure, having to use all the cooldowns, and was just eventually wasn't able to keep Salmon up.
They can back out as they need it. Salmon goes aggressive, decides to go through there, gets a great carnage onto multiple people, but that does not confirm the kill. There goes finally a close range, knife to the face. It's a big trade up of the 2 supports. Unfortunately, Salmon took too long into that. Double support kill here from Vanquish, though, as a return immediately means that no sustain for either of these squads, and Ethereal Ducklings going to be happy. They've lost Ripe late in towards the fight, but still the point keeps ticking up, and Fable looking for some sort of pulse bomb on the back line. Does not have an easy target to try to stick it to. Has to worry about it. Actually decides to go aggressive onto Voidaruni. Does not manage to get the stick, but gets the collateral onto Lexodian. And suddenly Ethereal Ducklings down by 1. Ripe, see if he can try and turn this up towards himself, but turning is the name of the game as Ethereal Ducklings lose control of the point.
Fable, they're coming in clutch and getting that late pick onto Ripe, as well as with the Pulse Bomb. But now Tackvisor comes out. Will they get value?
That's Fuzu! Blocks everyone. I think everyone was pretty much standing on top of that Pulse Bomb and somehow clears it off there. Massive play coming out there from Nebby. Unfortunately, pays with their life, and it's once more Ethereal Ducklings back onto the point. A quick contest going to be forced out by Vanquish.
Yeah, and that should be the point cap. You're already getting first point on the way. Always a good feeling. You have a lot of ultimates coming to the next fight, but Fable looking to touch.
Fable does manage to get there. Limes also hang around the outside, decides to step a foot onto it. Vanquish going to drop the sound barrier to come back into this, answer by a sound barrier, and a Kitsune rush on the other side, and that counters out a big anti-heal. Salmon's ultimate mitigated immediately. Nix picks up a double kill with his amplified sound boop. Looking for a third there. Sends Limes off. So an expensive fight for Vanquish to try and contest it, but it does not come to anything. And Ethereal Ducklings going to move their way now to point number 2 with 2 ults in hand.
And Ethereal Duckling is looking great on this map. Great responses they knew. First, you had the sound barrier, then the Suzu on top of that meant that Rampage not only didn't get any value, but didn't give that healing to the Junk Queen, and she went down very quickly. But now Salmon swapping onto that Diva.
Diva, the most contested hero in this competition so far, as David comes to prove why, and a big swap up of composition as Lions also going to be trying to get in close range with the Reaper. It's not working just yet. Salmon loses the mech and the Lions immediately afterwards each other. Ripe's going to go down, and Something Cat also falls, so no tanks to speak about in this competition, and Vanquish seems to be taking the more aggressive DPS-based duel here between them, although the Wraith form comes out, gets knocked towards the edge, gets punked off, but gets the teleport back in here. Still, Ethereal Duckling is taking control of the point. Exodian, an absolute menace on this untouchable for a second. The cast is good, thick and strong right now. There's at least basic Salmon in there. The defense matrix too good. Ends off by the Suzu as well, but it's not enough to get any sort of distance away. And Ethereal Ducklings maintain control of the point. Managed to get some late kills into this as well. Suddenly sitting close to that 50% mark.
And well, obviously the Caster Curse comes onto Exodian there. He did so much work in that fight. Not only necessarily like securing kills, but being able to keep his team alive. Make sure that Reaper doesn't stay on his team for as long as he did. And getting up to 60%, we're already looking at one fight territory for this point.
Now it comes down to ultimates. Who can use them more efficaciously? Who can actually get the space to use it? Lime sitting with that ultimate, that death blocker, can really just shut down anything. Something Cat needs to be careful about being out of position as Limes gets knocked away to the so the Sigma also comes out here on Salmon and has the ability to mitigate a lot of damage. But Something Cat drops down the trap, manages to take out one on the back line. Limes trades two for his own back line right now. And once more we collapse into this chaos on the point. Limes and Voida Rooney, the last one left alive there in terms of being able to deal out damage, and Something Cat was reloading. Something Cat now just unfortunately way too big of a hitbox to go unpunished by these three, and on 99%, Vanquish, reclaim it.
And Salmon and Limes, they're putting in so much work. First with the Death Blossom, and Salmon just being able to be that strong front line, staying alive for the entire fight, and putting in so much pressure, almost coming up to that Gravitic Flux. The next fight could be so big, but there is the sound barrier on the other side to counter it.
Sound barrier to counter it out. We've got Kitsune Rush looking to make for a nice early engage right now. Just a sound barrier on the other side to try to stop the support. Voida Rooney has got that ultimate to be able to just channel everyone if they're going through. There's an early immortality field forced out here by Ethereal Ducklings. There goes the Gravitic Flux, unfortunately, counted out, like you said. Licodian on the mark with every one of these. Has play with his own life. Vanquish stay alive, though. They don't need to get the kills immediately as they pop a sound barrier of their own to sustain through this fight. Desperate battle between the Traces here on the back line. Voida Rooney does not manage to get through. Gets underground, though, to stay alive. The Ethereal Ducklings retake the point on 99%. Vanquish going to have one more chance in this map to be able to come through and take a flashpoint. Ethereal Ducklings, the fans in the chat have been calling for the reverse sweep. Could this actually be it, Terran?
I mean, I think it's a great start towards obviously got to secure this last point, but on a nice edge in that fight, both DPS very low health, able to clutch it out, and as we were saying, these clutch situations, they're coming out on top so far in these very close fights.
So close. I'm loving this. We said this was the most hyped matchup, and so far it is yet to disappoint. Aggressive play comes out there. Big play over the top comes from everyone of Ethereal Ducklings as they manage to avoid the Reaper ultimate. It's still Something Cat, the stalwart of the front line, gets taken out early into the fight. Ethereal Ducklings going to at least be able to claim the point, it seems. No, too quick from Vanquish. They deny the cheeky little attempt, and Voida Rooney, the only one left alive to try and contest for a little bit longer. But Vanquish, they eliminate the tank and they push their advantage.
And it's great aggression that we've seen, even while playing the Sigma composition, making sure that Something Cat doesn't really have that opportunity to slam into the backline. You see the Sigma Reaper pushing in very aggressively, and with that Death Blossom, even though no one went down to it, had so much pressure.
Yep. And it's like you say, we don't want to actually take a poke fight, which is so common there for the Sigma. Instead, we're going to close the distance. Fortunately for Vanquish, double kill to start it off, right, with a big pulse bomb. Big Gravitic Flux tries to turn the tides here, slams down Voida Rooney, confirms Exodian after that. trying to chase down the rest of this mobile Ethereal Duckling side. And force off the point, do at least make their ground up and keep possession of it. So no payload going to be ticking up here, no percentage there. As we see the reinforcement coming now for Vanquish. They lost their fight early enough that they're regaining. Ethereal Ducklings might just have to let this one go.
And touch Gravitic Flux coming out there from Salmon, getting 2 picks off the bat, putting everyone low HP, and I think Ethereal Ducklings are thinking, oh, they had the fight won, didn't commit the cage fight, which, maybe you're happy to keep it, you're losing this point, but maybe it's something that you could say we could have won and put a lot of pressure on the enemy team.
I mean, they are up by 2 flashpoints already, so it might just be, like you say, that store everything, take a definitive fight in the next round. Definitive is going to be difficult with how much Vanquish also has. I think Cheeto's building up towards that sound barrier is going to be pivotal in towards this, but it's wasting absolutely no time. Ethereal Ducklings coming in main. There is going to be the pulse bomb dropped. I think was cleansed off by Coconuts immediately afterwards. Lime's looking for an angle around the side. Gets so much damage and just manages to confirm the kill on right at the end there. Cage fight gets dropped down there. Big tank in the back line. You see Limes trying to force their way into the cage fight, but was solo in that. And then it ends up getting nothing for that ultimate as the Ethereal Ducklings dropping only 1 ult who managed to take this point.
Yeah, and it's such a well-played fight. They're making sure that they get them all grouped up. You have 2 people already in that cage fight. The Reaper ult gets basically fully negated because of the cage fight. And now coming in with such a wealth of ultimates, they can easily just turn this into another fight win.
Look at the adaptation coming out from Ethereal Ducklings, just changing their focus wherever they think their opponents are going to be. Big pulse bomb comes out, but man, these Kirigos have been on points too often right now. As Void going to be going in there, comes through a large amount of the damage and HP pulls for their opponents with that ultimate. Unfortunately, doesn't get any confirmations on that and does at least take out 1, or at least gets taken out at the end there. Vanquish now back up to full HP. Going to have to use that Kitsune rush, but everyone lifted into the air. Lexodian once more on point with the sound barrier, keeps the rest of Ethereal Ducklings up. Can't save Coconuts, unfortunately. They are mitigated in terms of how much heal that they can come out there. Lexodian somehow still stays alive and starts to top everyone off a little bit, but when you're going against this much burst damage that Vanquish is able to put out thanks to Limes, they just can't do anything. Vanquish once more, 99%, hold on to their hopes and dreams.
And it's a big ultimate trailer. Then you saw both Kitsune Rush, both Sound Barriers coming out in that fight. A Gravitic Flux. There is the Death Blossom once again, but Cage Fight could be that negator. And with those late picks from Voidoruni, they come in quite early in this fight.
Well, there goes the cage fight. The shield wasted by the Sigma. Manages to get it back up right now. Limes has joined them inside the cage fight, trying to keep everyone alive, and then eventually pops it out there, takes out Coconuts. It's just poor Voidoruni now trying to make towards the hills. The Ethereal Ducklings, they forced the fight as hard as they could. They got nothing out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one was really there to follow up for some of the Catholic. Sodium going down early meant there wasn't that speed boost to get into the fight, and Voidoruni still coming back from spawn meant your main damage into that cage fight just was not there. But there is still hope. You're coming with this pulse bomb with the Venture ult, could be a turn.
High ground contested now by Ethereal Ducklings. They want to drop down onto their opponents. Got a couple of ultimates again. They want to use them right now. 10% is all that there is to fight for between these two sides. Voidoruni going to jump up there, immediately collapsed upon by all their opponents. So that's going to be, again, one massive ultimate taken out of this. It has to be a big pulse bomb. Doesn't find anything. Limes confirms one. Ethereal Ducklings once more suffering from a bit of hubris to get up to 99%. They can't clinch it off. We're going. It's a flashpoint number 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, Voidoruni, they're going a little bit early. Maybe not on the same target as Something Cat, but getting that sound barrier out at the end probably was unnecessary. Yep. Coming from Chaito, so there is still a lot to play for, but they have to be careful with this Gravitic Flux. There isn't a sound barrier to respond to it, and so far, Salmon has been perfect with them.
Yeah. Using them at this early into the fight, comes out there, isolates off Something Cat, ignores him completely, goes for the backfire, both supports fall, and Vanquish take care right-handedly of their opponents, and no need to drag this out any longer. Just Voidoruni tries to pull this out a little bit, maybe get any extra picks, and does at least manage to find the one before going down.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux once again hitting true, and it was Just a bit of a late ultimate coming there from Voideruni. By the time it came out, 2 were down already, and you don't really get much else as a response. And you're down quite a bit of ultimates, but have a potential to build 3 in this fight. Maybe you look to play the slow, but playing it slow means you only have 1 fight on this point.
Yeah, I think Void could have held that on a little bit more. Ethereal Ducklings have suffered with trying to force fight a little bit too much, and now they force straight into the Reaper. Oh, Victodian goes down early. Kitsune rush over the top. Look at the speed of those Hellfire shotguns, and somehow the trade's still nearly equal between these two sides. Right, unfortunately, the last member could not chew through Fable and Salmon. Team kill gives Vanquish. Basically, can anyone even retouch here?
I think that they should have time. It's probably a fight that you're happy with. You're forcing out that Kitsune and Death Blossom coming in with both supports. Great slam onto Nevi. Puts a lot of pressure on this early fight.
Exodian once more taken out early. Coconuts falls there. No supports here. You've got him with it here in the cage fight. There's a dive through from Voideruni. Trying to find something. Right decides to hold on to the pulse bomb for a long time, but it's all on the cage fight. Cage fight does enough, confirms everything, and in the last moments that Ethereal Ducklings had to keep this competition alive, they do it.
Yeah, something coming in clutch, already putting so much pressure onto Nevi in that early fight, meaning she goes down. The cage fight as well guarantees that they will get this point. Now, they'll have that sound barrier as a response to Gravitic Flux. They have the Venture Ult once again. Pulse Bomb maybe could be a good opener to this fight.
They can get the pulse bomb onto one, or at least force a difficult positioning. There comes the ultimate though. Voideruni walks around the outside of the shield and manages to isolate off everyone. The rest of Vanquish decide to cut their losses and head back. They've got another fight back into this, and it's trading out. So nervous for these two teams.
Yeah, and you're getting that fight before that sound barrier comes online. Very aggressive there from Voideruni. It was just instant burst onto that Kiriko, and now we're looking at final fight on this flashpoint. Who can clutch it out?
Who can clutch it out? Who can get that prime ultimate? Ripe tries for an attempt on the sticky bomb, doesn't manage to get anything, at least dodges out there. Here comes another one of those gravitic fluxes. Both of the sound barriers dropped immediately, but it's not enough to keep Coconuts alive. The Ethereal Duckling supports have been a prime target here for Vanquish. They managed to take out one, but they've lost their tank. Salmon out of this fight is big. Voideruni drives afterwards, and Limes once more clears the area with a bit of a wonderful spin to win. Spin to win in the most literal sense right now, as Vanquish gonna click down the overtime. That bar disappears, and with it, the hopes of Ethereal Ducklings. Vanquish head off to Cape Town.
Unfortunately there, the sound barrier not reaching onto Coconuts, keeping her alive. If she stays alive a little bit longer, you look at something different, but once again, Death Blossom in mid-fight just puts so much pressure on, and is the guarantee, and as you said, they've guaranteed their spot to Cape Town, going to be that land to compete for quite a hefty prize pool.
Beautiful plays. I mean, this was the side of Vanquish that we saw take a step up. They really seem to, and Blur said it there in chat, I was reading it, they adapted. Every single time that we saw the Ethereal Ducklings coming up with a strategy, there was innovation. They tried some things that didn't always work. Quick swap onto D.Va. No, that's not working. Getting chewed down. The defense matrix just doesn't last too long. Let's go for a Sigma, get a shield so that we can get some poke, get a nice kinetic grasp so that we can avoid and mitigate all the healing and damage that Something Cat was putting out. And it just seemed that there wasn't that same mentality coming out from the Ethereal Ducklings. They were forcing things. Even when the composition was right, they weren't thinking about how it came together and what the steps were in executing it. So I definitely think the mental game was won by Vanquish.
Yeah, and I think that the big adaptations, it just goes to show, even when, you know, certain things aren't going your way, you know, okay, let's just take it calm. We're down 2 points, but we can still recover from this. And unfortunately, Ethereal Ducklings, it was just kind of banging your head against the wall over and over and over again, not really identifying what are our problems here, what are our main targets. And you could even see a lot of the time you had Something Cat going for a Salmon on that Sigma, while Voideruni was on that backline looking to try to punish Nevi. And you know, it ended up a lot of the time both targets very low HP, but because you don't have that same focus, they just weren't able to clutch out those fights, and that Sigma composition was just able to outlast.
Well, it was still amazing to watch these guys. There was great Overwatch in there. I think the individual skills of every player was phenomenal. I mean, how many times did we see pulse bombs get Suzu'd or sound barriers coming out fractions of a second before they get slammed to the earth? Salmon was on point with every one of his gravitic fluxes, like you said. The individual plays were sublime. It seemed like Vanquish had a little bit more cohesion within their entirety of their squad, and that was the difference maker right here.
Yeah, and it's such a crucial factor. Looking forward for Ducklings especially is how can we look at these games and say, look, we were very close. Yes, we got 3-0, but it's one fight basically on each map. And it's a 3-0 in their favor. Like 3-0 very much does not tell the story of the series. So you can hang your head up high in the series and say we were close. And go forward, we still have another match to play to guarantee our spot at LAN. And they very much can do it. They just need to make sure that they don't take this loss too harshly.
Yeah, there's no reason to hang your head right now if you are Ethereal Ducklings. A sublime team, one that I'm so excited to see go from strength to strength. So much potential, such a diverse roster, some great strategies that they can call upon, whether it's the dive led by Phoenix Tears or, Ethereal Ducklings pushing in the brawl with the Mauga comps. They know how to work around that in general. It is really just small things to work on and polish. And we did say that these two teams was going to be the most hotly contested bouts of the day. And so as Ethereal Ducklings do take a drop down into that lower bracket, they have a tough road ahead of them, but certainly one that they're up to. And looking at that lower bracket, we saw late last night that Sinister Gamings did manage to eke out a victory over Talons. They're going to go now into their rematch against Raiders. Winner of that one going to match up against the Ethereal Ducklings. So a bit of a time for Ethereal Ducklings to really think about what they need to do. Probably going to sit and watch this. And if they're back in chat already, well played to you guys. It just wasn't enough. You do have another chance yet to go. Winner of that Ethereal Ducklings matchup is going to be the last team, the last ones that get themselves a spot. And we take a look at the other 7 squads as Vanquish joins Crimson Pangolins, Anomaly, Five Nights at LAN, and Glorious Blasters and Pink Salamanders before that Cape Town LAN. And now, Terran, you have the unenviable job as color caster to choose our player of the day.
It really is a tough one because I think
right?
Every single player on Vanquish has you can make a point for them being that maybe not player of the match but player of the moment. But I think probably the player with the most moments in this series was Sam. You look at a lot of his ultimate usage as well. It was always fight winning. The gravitic flux, the rampages. He was always putting pressure on not only just the enemy tank, but the rest of the team, making sure that they had to notice him. If he went unnoticed in a lot of these fights, he just took over the game. So I think in the end, it has to go to him, but massive shout out has to go to every single player, not only on Vanquish, but on Ducklings as well. Every single player had their moment, and they can look back and say, this is something I can put in my highlight reel, in my montage going forward.
Oh, those moments are what bring you back to Overwatch every time. A special shout out, of course, to my fellow support brethren. Every one of the people who stepped up today had their moments where they really understood their job. But the tank matchup was the big talking point between these two teams. And like you say, Salmon was sublime. Just especially on something like a Junker Queen, who can be a very hit or miss hero, you have to be confirming kills. You can't just stay alive forever. You have to be making it work. And unfortunately, it's that double-edged sword that if you're not getting the kills, if you're not confirming the damage, you still don't sustain. So being able to time and time again understand the targets and go for the slippery people, like taking on a Lucio in the backline, is a risky play, but makes it count. And it just proved to be the difference maker here. So big shout out, and I'm 100% on your side, Aaron. Salmon was phenomenal. So all the love there, all the love to all the players, and congratulations once more goes to the Panda City Vanquish squad for their trip down to Cape Town. So excited to see you there. Any final thoughts, Aaron, on this matchup?
I think just it shows the level of Overwatch that we have. We started the day saying South African Overwatch really has improved a lot, and you see these two teams who not inside that upper echelon, but want to make that break there. You know, there were teams that came very close in their matchups. So going forward, I'm excited to see, you know, obviously Ducklings try and secure that spot, but once we approach LAN, how all these teams match up, because I don't think it's going to be any easy wins for any teams.
That is for sure. So I'm sure you guys are excited to see that. We've got at least 2 games here, or a guaranteed 2 games left for the rest of this weekend, for the rest of the qualifiers. So make sure to join into those. Raiders versus Sinister Gaming at 3 o'clock. So you got about an hour and a half break. And then at 5:30 later on this evening, the final showdown for a team to be able to secure themselves the final spot in the qualifiers. So don't miss any of those. Maybe go grab some lunch, and we will see you later for that. But this has been my last cast for this tournament. Terrence, you're going to be back for our second match, so we're excited to see you then. And guys, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you all of this Ethereal Crown action so far. All the love to you and the rest of the community. And we'll see you at 3 o'clock for that game, Raiders versus Sinister Gaming.
Welcome back to Overwatch, a competitive Overwatch South Africa. I am Tox, joined here by Lord of Terrans, and we are here to cast the semi-losers bracket finals for the final 2 spots at HEK LAN on the 26th of October. This is sort of the last chance qualifiers. It has been a double elimination bracket where about 6 or 5 teams have been basically brawling it out just to secure those last 2 spots. Of course, at the LAN, there's 10,000 rands up for grabs, so they are playing for quite a decent amount of money in terms of South African esports, and we are really hoping that the teams just sort of find success through today, especially the 2 teams that we are going to be casting today. We got Sinister Gaming, and also we have Raiders ZA. Both of them have been knocked out by previous teams that have made it through to the finals, and unfortunately we will have to say goodbye to one of them today. But both teams have shown some absolutely excellent gameplay and definitely unique styles, so I'm very excited for today. Taryn, what do you think is going to sort of happen? What are some of your predictions? What do you want to see?
So I'm very excited for this match because it's a rematch of our very first caster game that we had all the way back to yesterday, and it was a very close series. Obviously that 3-1 taken by Raiders ZA, but it wasn't a series where, maybe with the exception of Esperanza, it wasn't dominant. There was back and forth throughout, and I'm really excited to see that once again. And whenever there's a rematch, there's always there's certain things like in the back of your mind from last series. Okay, what did we do that wasn't working, or what did we do that was working? Can we implement those and kind of lower those mistakes that we had in that first series?
No, exactly. I mean, of course, now that both teams have had a chance and opportunity to sort of gauge how the 2 different playstyles work together, this also will influence our map picks and our hero bans. I think it will be quite interesting to see the 2 different strategies that come out from the teams. Who was a big threat last time? Who were people that they were struggling against? It could very well be that you will see some changes of strategies. It is going to be quite good to see how the 2 different teams adapt and whether they lean more into their current playstyles. I mean, I had the pleasure of casting Raiders yesterday, and they sort of chaotic, brawly type playstyle was very entertaining to watch. They completely unrelentless when it ends up just coming to constantly forcing fights. And it could be that maybe they will take that same approach. They will lean into it a little bit more. Whereas Sinister Gaming, I mean, you had this was the very first casted game. I unfortunately missed it. So what are you expecting from some of them in terms of their own playstyle?
So both games that we've seen from Sinister Gaming, we've seen a bit of dive as well as kind of the brawl. I think they're quite confident on both, and especially that dive, we saw them get a lot of value on Dorado in both their series that they played. I mean, in their 3-2 victory last night, they had a resounding victory on Dorado, I think capping Dorado with 4.5 minutes on the clock. More time than you already afforded at the beginning. You're holding on second point as well. So definitely looking to see how Sinister Gaming gets value out of that dive. It was something we saw, GNZ Talent had to specifically target that dive with, banning out things like the Winston, maybe even the Ana, and playing more of those heroes like the Bastion and the Reaper to make the Winston's life a lot harder when he is looking for those dives.
No, definitely. And I mean, we also will see quite an interesting turnout in terms of how these 2 teams may endure throughout the play. Because of course, this is the semi-finals of the loser bracket. Whoever wins this match will be immediately thrown into another match later on to try and secure the absolute final seed for the tournament. And I think that it will be quite interesting to see how well the teams are able to just keep going throughout the day. Of course, sometimes it can be very tiring to keep up the momentum that you basically have, but sometimes victories can also lead to sort of positive team feelings. It could drive them forward, it can warm them up, it can make sure that they are completely ready to just tackle the next fight afterwards. So will it be that they burn themselves out, or will they be motivated to sort of push through and take out the final opponents of Ethereal Ducklings later on? It will be a good time to see, a good time.
Yeah, no, momentum always is such a big thing in Overwatch, especially when you look like throughout the series when players turn to find a specific hero that suits them. I mean, I think a big one yesterday was Echo for Loki. He was not, I wouldn't say struggling in the series, but wasn't really making that big name for himself. But then he comes onto the Queen Street, picks up the Echo, and completely dominates. And then we see it again on New Junk City, which isn't necessarily that map that Echo dominates, but because he's feeling that hero, it makes such a big difference. And then if you're that strong a hero, it carries forward into that next series. So definitely seeing, I don't think these teams are going to pull their punches at all. Even though, yes, maybe they want to try hide a couple strategies going into that match against Ducklings. It's just you're in a position where I don't think you really can.
No, I mean, as I say, if even with excellent gameplay, we also saw some amazing play from Nate yesterday. From a lot of his D.Va gameplay, very, very aggressive sort of play style. Excellent at setting up different bombs. Even though that they got knocked out from Ethereal Ducklings, he was definitely one of the key players for his team, constantly being able to open up space and get picks. So it was quite interesting to. It will be interesting to see how Sinister Gaming will deal with that, especially if they are comfortable running dive. I mean, we know. We're probably very sick of D.Va already at this current patch and just punishing Winstons nonstop. So it'll be interesting to see if that will make Nate sort of shine in dealing with this team. And I mean, props to also the other players that were playing yesterday. We ended up seeing Chaos and Kyubi. They are actually the substitutes for Raiders. So it could be that. Whether when they come through with their actual full roster, it could be quite devastating. But Raiders, there we go. They're picking one of their more comfortable maps on Ilios. We saw them yesterday running a very, very punishing sort of anti-dive with Junker Queen and Anna, waiting for anyone to sort of go forward and try and take them out. And they ended up getting rid of Tracer. Very, very interesting because yesterday their supports were sort of struggling a little bit with Tracer, being punishing in the backline. But we have a very popular ban of Lucio coming through from Sinister Gaming. What do you think of this ban, Taryn?
I mean, I think once again, the Lucio mains crying out, feeling the pain, even not watching the broadcast. But I think it's a solid ban, especially if you are expecting something like that Junker Queen coming out, where Lucio enables Queen to get into those fights pretty quickly and not have to use that shout to engage, but rather as a way to stabilize, or just to keep that momentum going forward. Also, Ilios well is a thing, and we all know how common it is for Lucios to get boot kills. But we have our lovely cameras, and from Sinister Gaming side, seem very happy.
Yeah, they looked ready and pumped. They're ready to basically just continue on with this tournament over here, and it'll be interesting to see how well they are able to. We'll see. Let's see. Hope those smiling faces continue out throughout the entire tournament. Do we have cameras for Raiders? Have they shown their faces yet? No. No, I want to see more smiling faces as we get into this match, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to see excellent Overwatch gameplay, and Raiders opting for that sort of anti-dive comp. Instead of the Ana this time, they are running the Moira. They seem to be very, very comfortable on Symmetra. It could be that they teleporting out, but we've seen some excellent gameplay from Kyubi yesterday, so maybe we can see Mansa sort of continue on with that. Whereas Sinister Gaming going for the sort of hybrid sort of spam brawl comp, where you got Zarya keeping down key points throughout. Oh. We almost see
the Zarya here is always a good shot, expecting that Junker Queen, because you can deny a lot of her value with bubbles, both through her bleed and also just you can outdamage her in a lot of situations. But we see some trades going back and forth already.
Oh, we see Moira still flying off the map. Trades going back and forth. We got a res coming through from Sinister Gaming, but it ends up not being too valuable over there. And Raiders end up taking the first point. It was very, very quick. We ended up seeing quite decent picks from all around. I mean, Finn getting out a lot of damage on that Sojourn already, 52% to their ult. So let's see how they are able to adapt as this goes on.
Yeah, I think it's something you obviously don't want to see Omora going off the map early in the fight. Obviously, we didn't see what happened there, but it's just a lot of healing going on, especially for that Zarya who needs that consistent healing to keep up on that front line.
Big damage coming through from the Sojourn once again, looking at the Pharah, and unfortunately doesn't end up firing that charge shot. There's constant sustained pressure putting on the Zarya. Zarya almost going down, but not quite just yet. Pharah low, but not fine. And Kama gets the first pick on Panda. Nate finds Kama. Jinxie finds Paul. We cannot see who's going to is a clear winner in this fight. Jinxie putting out a lot of damage as they are able to put pressure on their tank. They have to clear the Symmetra Pharah at some point, but they are unable to sort of find too much value just yet. Both sides just going down. Oh, such a close fight, but it does seem to be going in the favor of Sinister Gaming. Paul, however, Rez is Finn out in the open, and it could be that they're still holding on. They are desperately trying to find any sort of breakthrough from Raiders, but they are unable to just get through. And now we have ult already coming out. What a great, excellent hold from Raiders there.
Yeah, and it was early picks for Jinxie and Kama, even the res coming out, but Nate staying alive, making sure that in those 1v2, 1v3 situations as that jungle queen, doing his best to just stay alive, get the damage in, and it's very big coming with the Coalescence.
We have Coalescence coming out. Coalescence coming out from both teams. Valk also coming out from Vol. They have a lot of ults in the bank, Raiders, but they have to make sure that they're getting the picks with their ultimates. They're sort of fighting different fights, but Jinxie goes down and gets res. We have Sojourn ult coming out, trying to find Jinxie. Jinxie ends up going down. The Symmetra wall comes out for sustain, and it is incredible amounts of damage. Pioneer coming out, able to find Venser, but he is the last one on the point. Kama going down. Just the supports left. We still have that, and Raiders end up very comfortably taking this map. Excellent ult usage there.
Yeah, I think that going into that last, especially winning that second fight that was so drawn out, meant that it brought it to one fight territory where all you really need to do is have that ultimate advantage, and they don't even end up using that rampage. It's just how big of an ult discrepancy there was in that last fight. And I think Mansuket, as you mentioned, going into how they play around the Symmetra, it's already been very strong so far. Those Sim turrets getting a lot of value, the Sim wall also making it so that it's very difficult for Sinister Gaming really to get anything.
No, and I mean, it was excellent proactive ults also coming out from the supports. They were able to witness, they were able to see that Sinister Gaming were putting a lot of pressure from their own Coalescence, and they said, do you know what? No, we are not going to let you dictate this fight for us. We're going to sway the tides here. And I think that their ults were able to secure them that point very comfortably. We don't really see any team changes just yet here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from the side of Raiders, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whereas for Sinister Gaming, it didn't feel like they got a good foothold in this, so maybe they feel like with the Winston, it's going to be a good shot.
Jinxie finds a first pick, and Kama already finds Paul. That was excellent spam damage. Very sort of textbook. Symmetra ends up going down, and that was a very, very comfortable fight so far. But however, we end up having a pause here. This tends to be sort of something that happens in South African gaming quite a lot. It wouldn't be a South Africa game without a pause. So we're going to sort of keep you updated and keep yapping along, keep you entertained as while the teams sort out their problems. It was a very good execute from Sinister Gaming there. What do you think that they were trying to change?
I think bringing in the Ashe alongside the Pharah made it so that there was just so much pressure in, and that by the time that Winston dive came in, it was just lights out. I mean, you see in terms of the ult charge, obviously, Flops only with 8%. That's not because Flops didn't do anything badly. It's just everything is well. I mean, Jinxie at 65%, building up to that barrage, probably gets it in the next fight. Just shows how much pressure there was on Raiders ZA that they just couldn't keep up. No,
I mean, and I really like the change also to the Ana. I Moira unfortunately does tend to sort of fall into the category of sort of being a heal bot, whereas Anna provides so much utility for that team. I mean, just one anti-nade and a dynamite, and you are in for a lot of trouble, and that can be quite difficult, especially if they are leaning into sort of more static DPS like Symmetra. So I think this changes for Sinister Gaming was very smart there, and it's clearly showing as they had a very, very strong first fight. It'll be interesting to see if Raiders are going to change anything. They often are sort of a team that tends to be if it isn't broken, don't fix it. But clearly, they may be rethinking their sort of strategy after that very, very first fight. Although, that being said, I've already eaten my words on cast before from yesterday. It could be that they just need to get into that sort of groove and just see how well they are able to adapt to the situation that they are faced with.
Yeah, and I think, like, look, sometimes, I mean, we've all been there, especially on the map like Ilio as well, where first fight Farah just kills 2 or 3 people, and that's just the fight done. You know, there's not really much else to say. Obviously, current Farah's iteration isn't as punishing for low players because she has a lot more downtime than previously. You know, she can just kind of fly around for whenever she wanted to, whereas now those jump jets require a lot more timing. But I think it's a very good point you bring up with the Ana, why we often see the Kiriko over the Moira in these more aggressive compositions, especially alongside that Jungle Queen, is that Suzu is just so powerful at denying the anti-nade because Jungle Queen, she wants to be healing as much as possible. You look at her, she doesn't have any armor. Her only real survivability is the shout, which you don't always want to be using just because you're taking spam damage. You want to be using that like mid-fight when you're getting closer. And if you're using that because you have to deny the anti-nade, it can be very difficult for that Jungle Queen to keep going because it doesn't have that healing sustain from her passive.
Yeah, I mean, and Raiders have been able to pick Kiriko sort of in the past. They did have some strong ultimates, but it doesn't seem to be in the sort of comfort of either of the supports at the moment. I know that they are Panda's very comfortable on Mercy. Excellent reses coming out from yesterday, and I think the Mercy's working for them. I think that it ends up being sort of the comfort pick. But again, the problem with Mercy is that besides the damage boost, she doesn't necessarily offer a lot of utility. She may be able to survive a fight, but that's not going to be necessarily important unless she is able to keep up the team that she is trying to pocket. It's difficult. It's sort of like you need to try and remember that it's not just one swap that's going to completely destroy the enemy team. Sometimes you have to make multiple swaps in order to just find that success. Although, again, when you swap, especially on control maps, you lose ultimate advantage, and ultimates determine this game at the end of the day. And when you already have a Pharah building up 65% of their ultimate charge, just well played Jinxie to the very early game pressure that they ended up putting out.
Yeah. And I think also, like, a big thing a lot of times, obviously, you know, the counter swapping and the theory behind it is always good, but sometimes it can be just better, especially when it's your comfort, to just stick to what you know. Because you've practiced this, you've gotten value on it, and as we've seen with Raiders, they're already on the first map, as well as in their previous matches, they can get value on this Jungle Queen composition. So if they're feeling confident in it, and you know, it's not any heroes that we need to change, we just need to maybe have a better approach to the fight. Now we know that the Pharah is there, you know, but different rotations, we can look to punish the Ana, because realistically in this scenario there isn't a lot of peel for this Ana. You know, Mercy, while she can help if she's there, you know, peeling for the Ana, Ashe and Pharah both lose value, and because, you know, the backline's under pressure now, the Winston loses value as well.
No, exactly. It's very technical when it comes to all of the different niche scenarios on what to definitely pick. But as you say, comfort sometimes is key. And while there's theoretically the best thing, there's also that of what is best for the team. It leans into play styles, it leans into personal play styles, and also team play styles. And it could just be that when we see these different teams, it could end up being that we see those comfort picks come out more and more when more and more challenging scenarios sort of approach. Unfortunately, we don't tend to have any word on what's happening at the moment, so I think that it will probably be best if we end up heading into a bit of an intermission, and we will be back very, very shortly while we try and sort out any of the technical difficulties that are occurring. So, see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. I'm sorry for the technical issues there. We had just a couple of changes to sort of the theme and a bit of ruling. Due to these changes, we will have to be replaying the map of Helios. The bans will remain the same as Tracer Lucio. However, everything will be reset. So while Raiders did manage to claim that sort of first point, we won't be able to count it. So we will be moving forward as though this is just sort of a clean slate. Teams going against each other. Taryn, why don't we watch some Overwatch today? We haven't watched any yet,
Yeah, so you're starting from new. Yeah. Haven't seen that Overwatch gaming. Yeah, haven't seen that Farah getting 65% ult charge in one fight. No.
No, nothing happened at all. No, we just had a couple of technical issues, but we should be getting back into it relatively soon. We have just sort of a small change in roster, I believe. I'm trying to get up the names now. Oh, you can tell I'm new at this. Anyways, we do have a small change of roster on the Raider side, but we will handle that when we get to it there. But we will be moving on into Helios pretty soon when this match ends up starting. Again, clean slate. It gives an opportunity for the two teams to sort of reevaluate their strategy. We've already spoken a lot about this on how different supports could definitely change the game and in terms of what values that they can bring, especially if they are that whole discussion about running Ana versus Kiriko versus Mercy. So it'll be interesting to see if they change anything. However, I don't think, given these two teams, I don't think much will change. So we are going to be back on Lighthouse. Again, never mind. We end up having Bastion instead of Symmetra there. Probably trying to predict that sort of Pharah gameplay, and that could be a little bit of a comfort thing. Ana instead of Moira from Take a Stab. Again, probably taking to heart what we've been saying. Maybe they've just tuned into the cast just a little bit. So we could see a very different outcome for this particular map.
Yeah, and I think especially I like the change with the Bastion, even though the Symmetra got a lot of value. If they're expecting maybe potentially the Winston and Zarya coming in, Bastion's going to put in a lot of work, even against the Pharah as well. In that turret form can make it very difficult for anyone to survive.
Yeah, and we see the two teams sort of eyeing at each other. Winston trying to take space there, but sort of dropping low, but not quite. And Jinxie ends up finding Ball, and Kama ends up finding Kyubi. Very, very strong picks onto two of the players on Sinister Gaming, and this should hopefully be a win fight. Kama once again finding another pick onto Mansa, and that is a very dominant fight. Jinxie already at 70% ult charge. That is incredible.
I think definitely something we haven't seen yet, right? The 60% ult charge in one fight. But again, Jinxie coming in, getting a lot of value on this fight, making it so that they can't really do much. And now the Diva swap coming in, Soldier as well, but Manso Kid going in a bit too aggressive and getting picked off.
No, I mean, they just have complete control over this map. We do have Nate going onto Diva here, definitely trying to look to answer this Pharah. However, there's so much damage. I mean, Jinxie already has ultimate. That is absolutely insane. They will be going onto the Moira, trying to get off those last supports, but they are unable to sort of find those last picks. Very aggressive gameplay from the Winston. Winston dropping low. However, Jinxie ends up dropping to Mansa. Karma ends up trading Kyubi on the Sombra, and they are still outputting a lot of damage. There's everything to play for. Ball ends up renting Kyubi. However, the Ashe ends up going down. And again, Raiders just not giving up. They just end up pushing through with that sort of together brawl style, which you would think that Pharah would do excellent against, but of course, you can't do much with a defense matrix in your face.
Yeah, Diva, the bane of every DPS player's existence. But we're seeing the Junkrat swap. I think that's an interesting one in terms of the composition you're playing against, but probably is something more of a comfort pick. We're seeing Flops coming in with a dive, doesn't really find anything just yet.
No, it doesn't find anything just yet. Kyubi drops low, the anti-Nate being devastating. That Pharah barrage going to take out Nate's mech and also just stomp the coalescence that Panda threw out. I think that Sinister Gaming has this in the bag. Raiders were very gearing up for a very strong sort of hold there, but with Binxie's accurate rockets, they end up going into this fight with 4 ultimates. That is intense, and just sort of picking off those last picks there will always be devastating. You are on a timer for these points, so making sure that you all die together is incredibly important.
Yeah, and seeing like these constant swaps, as we mentioned, is like there's no real ultimates coming online because we've seen DPS swaps with 3 or 4 times swap onto the Kiriko now, but Flops coming in, he has a potential Nanako on his back, but Mansukid going down already.
Yeah, Manta sort of walked onto the point all alone there. I think he was expecting his team to be a lot quicker. We have Primal coming up from Flops, but just so much damage being outputted. However, he's still surviving. Bob comes out from Kama. Valkyrie comes out from Teddy. Take a stab, ends up nanoing. There's just ultimate after ultimate flying off from Sinister Gaming. And Jinxie is able to find Kyubi. CJ Flops is able to find Panda. Jinxie finds Ball. Just too much to deal with all in one go for Raiders. They're able to avoid the Diva Bomb and sleep the Diva, and that is a very convincing, very different first point for Sinister Gaming. I can imagine that Raiders won't be too happy about that, but unfortunately that is how some of the different things end up going down when it comes to some of the rulings. So again, Jinxie putting in so much damage there.
Yeah, and I think that the adaptation that we've seen playing more towards the spammier version of this dive composition has made it so easy for them to get on top of Raiders ZA and make their lives very difficult. But I think massive credit's got to go to Flops. Something with Winston players is always very difficult is being able to get in and get out, because oftentimes you're thinking, oh, I can greed for the kill, but he's rather taking the position of, my life is more important. Yes, I can get value, but once my HP is low, once the bubble's down, I need to get out.
No, and again, we saw some excellent picks coming from Karma, clearly capitalizing on Jinxie's damage there. The Mercy also, it's now an extra 5% damage boost there, which is incredibly difficult to deal with. We do see Kiriko coming out from Panda, probably looking to counter the anti-nades, coming out from Take a Stab, which is very strong. However, they need to answer this Pharah, almost going down, but Kyubi doesn't quite find the kill. Jinxie going back in, but Kyubi finds Jinxie, and we have our first opening pick for this fight. Both teams still sort of trying to sustain each other out, but this should be going in the favor of Raiders here. Amazing knife onto the Ashe, but doesn't end up finding the pick. Zarya is very charged, however, she's not going down just yet. She is all alone on point and goes down the well. Very excellent knife from Nate.
And, while we don't have the Lucio, we have the Jungle Queen. It's not quite the Roadhog equivalent either, but a great knife there. Pulling off the Zarya means that it's just such a free fight win, and you're seeing the power of the Kiriko there with that Suzu against the sleep, against the anti-Nate, but Nate really needs to be careful here.
Yeah, Nate almost going down there, but Karma ends up finding Mansa in that sort of chaos there. However, Ball always has a res for a pick, and Nate ends up finding Karma themselves. Jinxie coming up to Barrage here, hopefully trying to look for one of them. Ground Pharaoh doing the work, Barrage coming out, Manta going down. However, Kyubi hits the and still Pharah. It's just picks going all over the place over here. However, Raiders are able to sustain that fight. A bit of a wasted... Oh, no, wait, not a wasted off. Never mind, from Ball. That's why they were able to sustain there. Nate and Kyubi coming up to their ultimates now.
Yeah, and I think big ultimates coming online, especially probably looking at Kitsune Visor. Very dangerous against something where there's not much damage mitigation, but there is, potential Nano Rampage out first.
Rampage is out, and it's already going to be punished. You gotta bait out those Zarya bubbles, otherwise you're not going to find any sort of success. Well, once again, finding an amazing res, but Teddy says, if you can res, I can res too. We have Tactical Visor coming out along with the devastating ult. Oh, wow, that's so much damage. Bubble coming down, Graviton Surge saying, I will end up taking you out, Kyubi. Absolutely no say in this fight, and Sinister Gaming somehow, even though 3 ultimates were invested into that fight, were able to take that point. Excellent ult from TJ Flop. Sometimes solo ulting is very valuable.
Yeah, I think especially with Graviton Surge these days, it's a lot harder to catch multiple members, but I think massive credit that fight's got to go to Take a Stab, landing the sleep, landing the anti-nade that just punished Nate on that Rampage engage. Yes, the res came up, but they're already at such a big disadvantage because of it.
No, I mean, and we see very strong ultimates coming out from Sinister Gaming. It could be that this fight ends up going through very strong. Junkrat ends up going down, but gets rezzed once again. Bull just constantly finding these rezzes. It's very, very difficult, especially when there's so much spam coming out. Jinxie needs to fly, otherwise she's going to get picked off. Unfortunately, ends up getting picked off. And we see Sinister Gaming finding these sort of picks again and again and again. Fire, unfortunately, just sort of around, ends up being taken out by Bob, so Bob is just doing his job and stalling. However, we will see this go in the favor of Raiders.
Yeah, I think you want that Bob back as much as it stalls that point. It's such a crucial ultimate coming into the next fight, and maybe you can get away with using it because you have other ultimates, but rather have that back.
Panda almost going down, however, gets rezzed back up. That Ramatra pick absolutely destroying Nate there. Jinxie coming up with 2-man barrage, absolutely excellent. Ball ends up raising Nate, but I don't think it's going to matter. Trying to stall those last bits of points, however, they're already on 99%, so let's just die, people. Let's just get rid of our staggers so that we can group up and deal with the threats ourselves. While they invested a lot of ultimates, Sinister end up winning that point.
Yeah, and once again, another great anti-Nate from Take a Stab. Put so much pressure on Nate, and there just wasn't that Suzu there to help him out. And from there, Jinxie with the barrage just cleans up.
It was excellent usage of ultimates from Sinister Gaming. They will be at an ultimate disadvantage here. However, they see the Junkrat. They are going to punish the Junkrat. Don't let the Mercy res again. Okay, good. That's exactly what we want to see. So QB ends up going down to Karma, getting punished for the flank that they ended up doing, and all of a sudden this is a very, very different story. While they all have 2 ultimates, they have no one to use it with. Nate ends up finding Karma. They have to use this Junker Queen ultimate very, very soon. Just use it on the 2 supports and you'll be able to find a lot of success. However, they're already finding success taking down Petty. They DPS are doing so much damage, and once again, Raiders just being completely relentless, just not stopping. They know that they are down. They know that they are going to not necessarily find success if they were to back out. So they just kept going, and even saving the Junker Queen off for Overwatch 3. So that was well played for Raiders there.
And she needed the rampage for the wall there, very important. But again, the Kitsune Rush coming in clutch. I think Kitsune Rush always has such a big value in these kind of fights where it starts to break down a bit more. Teams have invested quite a lot in terms of their cooldowns, maybe their health, and that Kitsune Rush kind of it's the increased fire rate, but also getting those cooldowns back just those few seconds faster can make such a big difference in the grand scheme of things.
Juno! Sorry, just very excited to see Juno. Finally, it's the first team I've been able to cast where there's Juno. I really hope that they are able to stick this through. Nate going on to more of the comfort pick of Diva, and when we have Mansa on the Torbjorn, opting for a little bit of spam damage between Torbjorn and Soldier there. QB not playing as much Soretra, but clearly I think that it's just a result of Jinxie's Pharaoh over there. Bastion on Sinister Gaming. I think the Bastion pick is just looking to melt and punish the tank. However, you're not going to really find that much success against Diva there.
Ooh, dive already from Nate. Puts a lot of pressure on Jinxie, but does not get the kill. And I like, obviously the Juno pick, I think in this situation, when there's no Lucio viable, is a good pick. Getting that pick onto Panda so far, which Flops does stay alive.
Incredible pick. Kiriko is such an important pick. However, we end up seeing the punches coming out from TJ Flops. Ball ends up rezzing once again. This is res number, what, 5, 6? It's absolutely incredible how they're not able to be punished here. Nate finding Jinxie, however, the point goes to Sinister Gaming, the initial flip. We've spoken about how relentless they can be. We see some excellent Juno sort of evading and dodging here. However, it is going to be very difficult to deal with. Oh, an ultimate already taking a lot of space for the team with Nate. However, they need to sort of clear what is on point. Otherwise, you're not going to get any meaningful progress here. CJ Flops ends up playing a very aggressive sort of style into them, and Mansa finds Jinxie. They should be able to win this. However, Sinister Gaming is giving Raiders a taste of their own medicine about how relentless they can be. That Torbjorn turret has to go down, and the Mercy ends up securing it. Very good to sort of see priorities there. And an ultimate ends up coming out from CJ Flop. He's saying that if you want an early ultimate, I can show you an early ultimate, and it should hopefully end up securing the point. Just so close. It's so close for Raiders to just take it, but Sinister Gaming just holds on completely. Just the fight's going either way. There's so many different picks going on.
Coming out left and center. I think Mercy has res about 3 or 4 times. Fight another Diva Bomb.
Finds SJ Teddy. Absolutely incredible gameplay happening here. That is too much damage. Here comes the Juno ult, however, I think it is going to be too little, too late. And Raiders somehow, in some way, despite 50 ults flying left, right, and center, managed to secure the point. Good props to Sinister Gaming for holding it so long there. I was sure that they were able to find the picks, however, they just managed to do that last bit. We see a bit of a sneaky Farah coming in, maybe looking for a barrage, however, Nate smells them and is able to almost take them out, however, SJ Teddy to the rescue there. We do have barrage, however, they need to be mindful of that matrix coming in. They have to be able to take out Tall Turret also before they do it. Just do that homework, as Altruism had said previously, and here comes the aggressive plays. Excellent pick from both DPS. Multiple comes out, however, I don't think it's going to find anything, and he gets melted. And Sinister Gaming ends up taking a much slower approach to the fight, but it ends up being very good for them because they are able to secure the point much quicker.
Yeah, and I think having already that progress on point means now you're forcing enemy team into a final fight territory, and they have to win this fight to stay on this map. There are ultimates coming online, but Bastion are not the most renowned for winning team fights.
No, Bastion unfortunately doesn't connect. We have Ball out with her, their ultimate, just sort of sustained, but SJ Teddy matching Mercy ult is very important. Nate finds 2, and Panda ends up taking down Jinxie. Absolutely incredible. SJ Fluffs finds Manso, however, it gets rest once again by Ball, and an incredible opening bomb from Raiders means that they are not out of this fight just yet.
Yeah, Nate, I mean, that's the 3rd bomb of this round already so far, building already 22%. In that fight, there is no ultimates online for Raiders. Are they a little bit dangerous in that situation, going into the Ramatra ult, where if Flops can get into the right position, can be devastating.
No, absolutely. And Nate sort of playing Fat Tracer here, just completely destroying teams. Kama ends up finding Panda, who was a bit out of position there. Maybe Bull will try to go for the rest, but I think is going to get punished, but manages to flutter away. We have a very strong Ramatra ult coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes through very, very soon. Nate finds Take a Stab. Jinxie finds Kyubi. Still an even fight, but it seems to be going in the favor of Sinister Gaming. We should see ultimates come flying through due to the advantage that they hold. Just barely trying to hold on. Another Diva Bomb coming out, however, does not find anyone and gets taken out by Ramatra's Grape Juice. So, excellent gameplay from Sinister, just getting those key targets there, and we will see map 1 going to them.
Yeah, very back and forth map. I mean, Nate building 4 bombs. You could say, oh, power of Diva and whatnot, but being able to build 4 bombs in 1 control round, really impressive stuff, making sure that he's always on the front line, putting pressure, and I think you saw when he wasn't able to really get to that Ashe, to that Farah, they were able to fire freely and get a lot of picks onto those supports.
No, absolutely well played to both teams there. I mean, props to Jinxie for taking that sort of role to do as much spam damage as possible. We did see it being mitigated quite a lot when the Diva pick comes up. However, there was still picks going left, right, and center, and sort of that combination between both DPS on Sinister Gaming ended up being very beneficial for for their team, just capitalizing on each other's damage, and it ended up being that's what the reason why most of their fights ended up being secured. Props to Ball also. How many reses? I mean, that was maybe 7, 8 reses in the entire game there. Just constantly keeping up that momentum for Raiders' side there. And that's fitting that sort of, we never give up, we won't stop, and we will keep going. Just keeping up that momentum throughout the entire game there.
Yeah, and I think, obviously we talk about a lot of the times how Mercy struggles to find value because she doesn't really have the same utility that other supports provide, like Brigitte, Lucio, something like Anna. But when you're finding those situations to get those key reses up, and it felt like a lot of the time it was always these back and forth fights, and because there's so much chaos going on, that the Mercy players were able to find those reses and bring those fights back from the brink.
And speaking of Chaos, we do have a sub in for Mansa for Chaos on the side of Raiders. How's that transition? So we will be seeing a little bit of a change in DPS here. Probably opting for maybe a different type of map change now that Raiders get to pick a map. But we will see how it goes when they choose it. Chaos, of course, was casted yesterday. Ended up having some excellent plays on Reaper and creating quite a lot of pressure, especially when punishing tank players. And we are going to head to our second map of Numbani.
And Numbani, I think, is a game that we saw between these two teams previously as well, where it ended up being a full hold from Raiders ZA. So maybe looking to bring that back, saying, look, this is a map that we've played before, a map that we know how to play, and you struggled on it last time, so we're going to bring you back.
However, with Sinister's current playstyle with that sort of Ash Farah comp, it's quite difficult to maybe break that first point on Numbani. There is a lot of different places to hide as Farah, to hide as Ash, and it could be difficult. Which, do you know what? Never mind, we have our very, very first ban from Raiders coming out in the form of Farah, so we won't be seeing any Farah gameplay here at all. They were able to recognize the struggle that they ended up putting through, and that is what goes down. Sinister going for the Reinhardt ban. Interesting, to say the least.
I can see the value in it. I think Reinhardt, at least on the fence, especially for first and third point, is playable. Obviously, there's a much better tanks than him, but also on the side of Sinister game, you look and you see a Farah ban. You're thinking, what's one of the best compositions that Farah is very good against? And it's Reinhardt. You know, obviously we've seen a lot more Jungle Queen as opposed to the Reinhardt. But it definitely is something that you can look to ban. Personally, I think looking at the teams, I think the Diva was more of the bigger issue. I think Nate did a lot of work. But, you know, the Reinhardt ban, while not necessarily the best, does make sense.
No, I mean, again, Numbani is sort of that weird map. I don't see a lot of success with Reinhardt, so maybe this is just sort of on me, but when it comes to that play style that Sinister Gaming is also looking to, they probably are maybe banning Reinhardt preemptively so that they can look to counter Diva. Because if you think of one of the biggest counters to Diva, it's going to be Zarya. If you think of a counter to Zarya, it's going to be Reinhardt. So, well, Reinhardt and Winston. So it could just be that they are just preemptively getting rid of that pick there. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays into Sinister's playstyle.
Yeah, and unfortunately we were loading into the map, but Blizzard servers decided to give us Finland. So some of the players could not connect and do not have the best ping to those servers. So we'll just have to restart the lobby, which should be very shortly. But yeah, I think I'm very interested to see, especially now, what does Jinxie bring out? Because we've only seen them on the Farah so far. Do they go more towards something like the Echo, which is a similar-ish playstyle to the Farah? Obviously, it's a bit more assassin-based in terms of, you know, you have your beam, you're not as much spam-orientated in terms of your primary fire at the very least. But your duplicate can be such an important ultimate. I mean, we've seen so many teams so far using it to their advantage, you know, bringing an extra tank, an extra support, or just, you know, the extra bit of utility, even when you're not building up that ultimate, can make such a difference in a team fight.
Yeah, and of course Tracer is available also. We can't just knock out them, and we have seen Raiders struggle against some Tracer players in the past, especially the Swart. If you're thinking about how Ball ends up being such a key player for Raiders playstyle, if you're thinking about one of the most punishing DPS against Mercy, it's definitely going to be a flanking Tracer, especially if you're looking for those key reses. So we could see one of the DPS on Sinister Gaming side capitalizing on that Tracer there.
And Tracer's always been a hero, I think, throughout the Overwatch's history, always been dominant, not more because, you know, she's necessarily overpowered, you know, she does too much damage. It's just she provides so much to a team. You know, I mean, even you look at something like just contesting point. Tracer, probably the best hero to do that in a lot of situations because, one, she's impossible to get off that point, as well as she has that mobility to get to the team fight so quickly, on top of the fact that she can go for tank trades, she can go for backline, she has pulse bomb, all these different aspects. So I think the way they play around that could be very interesting. Maybe we see the Brigitte come out. There could also be that Torbjorn, especially on defense, where it can be a little difficult for Tracer getting to that high ground in normal circumstances. With a Torb turret there to boot, it's going to be nigh impossible.
Yeah, I mean, we should be able to see different strategies coming out. And again, Numbani favors quite a lot of different comps throughout all the different points. That's one of the key points of hybrid maps in general. If you're thinking about how perhaps there's a sort of spam aspect for the first point, for defense side, and a bit of a dive aspect when you're attacking, and then all of a sudden when you get to that very third point, you sort of switch into that brawl aspect, because it just favors different team styles and different play styles and different teams very, very differently as you go through the map. But of course, you can't get to point 3 if you don't capture point 1 and 2. So it'll be good to see sort of how they're able to adapt as they go along. And I think Raiders have sort of a trick up their sleeve. I mean, yesterday, one of the key words for their sort of playstyle, beside it being brawly, was definitely chaos, and definitely just trying to constantly keep up as much pressure as they possibly could, even if they are facing a fight where you would think that it's probably losable, but then they just are able to find picks. So it could end up being that they could find a lot of value when they are going through all of these different points, and the playstyle has to constantly change. And Sinister Gaming, while being able to adapt effectively, will probably find it a bit difficult if they are not able to do it quick enough.
Yeah, and a big aspect is that adaptation. And obviously, I mean, you speak about Numbani third point. How many times have we seen teams, go into that with 4-5 minutes on the clock, and then all of a sudden they can't even cap in overtime, because once you get 1 or 2 strong holds there, it becomes so difficult to breach the area. There's not really that clear defined area you can go through. You look at Numbani's second point, for example, you've got a lot of avenues to come through, whereas Numbani third, even though you've got these high grounds and a couple flanks, they're all for the most part coming from the same general area, so you can set up pretty well defensively. Yeah,
and we definitely should be able to see how that adaptation comes through when I think DPS are going to be the key members here for both teams. When we think about Numbani, we think about those tight corners, who's able to get picks, because of course when you get that first sort of pick, it's just going to be devastating for the enemy team to on either side to just keep up that momentum. So we have to see very, very smart gameplay, I think, from both of those teams.
Yeah, and I think, obviously you mentioned a lot of chaotic gameplay, but also at the same time, while being chaotic, you need to be a clean chaotic, in the sense of, yes, we're kind of constant aggression, but you can't be, one person is on that aggression and then someone else is saying, no, I need to chill. You have to kind of go in together, and that's where I feel like you're on control. I mean, we even saw it a few times where there was a lot of staggers happen, a lot of percentage lost, and you can't really afford that on any map types. But for hybrid as well, a payload pushes 5 or 6 meters forward, it can be a difference between 2 team fights and 1 team fight.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's that sort of old team adage, is that if one person goes off and does their own plan in the name of chaos, that's them inting. If the entire team goes in all together, even if the plan is, even if the execution is rubbish, you went in with a plan and you therefore entered as a team, and that's not seen as bad. So we will hop into Numbani finally, those Finland servers saying goodbye, and we say hello to our compositions coming out. Widowmaker coming out from Karma, something that we haven't seen from Sinister Gaming just yet. Juno, my beloved, also coming out. Oh no, never mind, I spoke too soon. But Jinxie seems to be deciding between the Echo and Tracer. I wonder which one of us are going to be correct in our prediction there. But Raiders coming out with the Symmetra, very, very comforting sort of pick for Kyubi. We've seen some very interesting setups and punishes coming from them. Nate again on that Diva. Panda looking for those anti-nades. And Ball, I mean, if you are going to res 8 people in one map, I would definitely stick on Mercy too.
Yeah, and we're seeing Chaos with probably one of the most chaotic heroes in the entire game of Overwatch in Junkrat, which has some purchase, I think, for first point that will struggle a little bit against something like the Widowmaker and the Echo, but can Karma get this opening pick as we've seen from him in the past in the previous series?
And we see the Echo coming out again, similar playstyle to Farah, but Chaos bringing a little bit of chaos himself and finds SG Teddy with this amount of spam going through. I think Kyubi playing against picking Symmetra, especially just trying to find all of those different angles that they can use the teleporter. I mean, it's my favorite type of Symmetra. It's the turret bomb Symmetra. It's able to put so many different forms of pressure, and Sinister Gaming just didn't seem as strong in that particular fight compared to what they are. We got the bush turret set up, which is always going to be entertaining to see. And Raiders looking quite comfortable going into this fight.
Yeah, I think a big note on that first one is like the dive came in from Fluffs, but it was more a dive towards the Diva, and you're never really going to get that punish onto her, especially when you have something like a Widowmaker, which is looking for those squishier targets. But TP comes in, Jinxie does go down early though.
Yeah, I mean, Jinxie was able to put in so much damage there, but still gets punished from it. However, the dive is still being executed, coming through from Sinister Gaming. However, as I say, if you lose one on Numbani, it's going to be so difficult to try and capitalize on it, and just stagger after stagger, Sinister Gaming goes down. Raiders showing why they have chosen this map, and it is definitely something that leans into their playstyle. Nate looking for that last sort of stagger, but doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, and a swap onto the Life Weaver. I'm not entirely the biggest fan of the Weaver. Ooh, big bomb away from Nate, but I think like, at the Life Weaver in this situation, there's nothing really I feel like you're using, that kind of grasp for. A lot of the time, maybe you could say, oh, Flops go in aggressive, and then I can pull you out when you get low. But other than that, there's not a lot you react to.
Yeah, I mean, Life Weaver is a bit of a difficult pick. However, it could just be a little bit of survivability coming in. Just amazing anti-nade coming out from Panda with the punish from Nate there. And once again, you have to reset. Otherwise, you're just going to stagger and you're going to lose another 10 seconds off your time. Or is it 12 seconds now with the respawn changes, I believe?
12 seconds if you die within a wave, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 12 seconds. I think it's 10 seconds if you die alone. 12 seconds total, and then there's a 6-second gap between your waves. So if someone dies within 6 seconds, they can respawn after 6. I believe.
Okay. So we see a Bob coming out immediately from Sinister Gaming, taking immense pressure on point, and this is the fight that Sinister Gaming was looking for. Nate's still able to find Life Weaver, however Bob finds Kyubi. It's still advantageous for them. We see the duplicate coming in, just trying to take in as much of the support pressure as they can. Here comes another bomb from Nate coming through, but is able to get the Ramatra low, but not quite finding anything. Echo copy goes down, however, Jinxie is able to fly away. So much pressure going into Nate. However, Nate is just living. Take out the supports. You gotta look at the supports, otherwise it's not gonna go down. Mech ends up going down, and Sinister Gaming should be able to take this fight. However, Ramatra goes down to Chaos. Panda finds Take a Stab, and it's not over just yet. The Panda is trying to get this last sort of picks onto the team. Tree of Life comes down. Jinxie finding Nate, Panda finding Karma. It's just pick after pick after pick coming through from both teams, where you don't have a clear winner just yet, as we are struggling to see any sort of members of Sinister Gaming living. And once again, even when down, even though they were going into a fight with numbers and ultimates down, Raiders just somehow managed to push through and hold that point. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, big credit going out there to the supports, being able to stay alive and keep Nate alive. There was a lot of pressure onto Nate, which, as you mentioned, probably was not the right call. You need to look to get those supports down, but them finding themselves in a position here, the Ana, well low, was able to find that kind of like little nook on the high ground, be able to stay alive, keep Nate up, and it's unfortunate for Flops there, dying with Ramatra ult. That could have been such a big turning point for that fight. They need to be on point, and Ramatra always wants teams when they have to fight into him.
No, I mean, it's going to be quite a difficult hold. We have seen holds in the past before on Umbani like this, and it's a very difficult point. However, Raiders have changed their composition quite a decent amount. Definitely looking for a very aggressive dive, even for the Moira pick over here. However, Sinister seem to be predicting that, sort of going in anti-dive with the Cassidy and Bastion. Brig also coming out, who's the queen of anti-dive at this stage throughout the Overwatch years. So it could be that Raiders will immediately change their comp, or they were able to find success depending on how they execute this following fight.
Yeah, and I think you see like the Genji Sombra has always been that quintessential, look, we want to win 1 or 2 fights very cleanly, and that's all they basically need to do is win that one fight. You have EMP Blade as a potential combo. Kitsune Rush on top of that could be very strong.
Bastion putting in a lot of damage there. However, the supports are able to keep up their diva. So instantly trying to find a pick on the out of position Cassidy. Genji going in. Karma so low, so incredibly low, but they're unable to finish it off. Nate ends up finding him, however. Kiriko Suzu goes down. We're going to see punches come flying out from Flops. Jinxie almost down. Jinxie goes down to Kyubi. Kyubi on 60 health escaping, however, is not stopping, hacking the Ramatra and getting sustained throughout from Ball. Nate very, very low, sort of trying to dive their supports. However, keeping the supports out of the fight has allowed them to get so much progress already. Sombra versus Sombra. Kyubi ends up coming out on top. And Tracer coming out. Don't stand AFK, Nate! You're emoting! It's not finished! But
yeah,
Raiders,
you saw the Tracer coming there, but
Raiders
good identification. Just seeing the Cassidy on the low ground, making sure that he has a dive target, let's punish him, and then from there just kind of falling apart.
What? And a Kiriko player of the game. Very, very good to see some of the supports get player of the game. Very accurate shots coming flying through from Panda there. Just well played to Raiders there.
Yeah, I think overall like a solid map. Cool, clean play of the game coming out of Kiriko. Some really nice headshots, but you're once again showing why they picked that Numbani. A great defense, a great attack as well, but now you're going to the next map. It's going to be Sinister Gaming's pick. The Fire is going to be available once again. It's going to be like that the rest of the series. You can't avoid that Fire.
That Farah is going to be devastating as they end up going through, and of course you can only ban one hero once at a time. They do still have the Diva ban available. Maybe they're looking to target Nate's sort of comfort there, but I think it's just coming down to comfort on maps that they end up having. And finally, Terran, this is the first game I've casted that is not going to be a 3-0. I am free of my curse. I am so happy.
Yeah, it's a very important curse to go over, and I think it's a blessing that this qualifier overall has given us. We see a lot of games where it at least goes to 4, even going to 5. Obviously, unfortunately, we've seen, I think, 2 3-0s so far. This previous one being the Vanquish versus Ducklings game. But even in these 3-0s, they've been quite close. Raiders... dropping the 3-0 loss against Ducklings yesterday, it doesn't tell that story because there was a lot of situations, a lot of team fights where you felt that Raiders could have taken, I'd say, all 3 maps. So, going forward, we're tied even, 3 more maps potentially to play. It could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, what has basically turned to a first to 3 has now turned into a first to 2 now. It will basically also test some of the team's endurance. As I said earlier on in the cast, it is quite tiring to go in map after map after map, especially when it is so back and forth. You start questioning some of the things that you did right, some of the things that you did wrong, whether you're winning or losing the previous map, you have to try and balance that, keeping up that momentum while also trying to fix what is sort of broken in your own team compositions. So it would be interesting to see how the teams go through onto our third map, which I believe you've already spoken a lot about, Terran, as we go on to Dorado.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sinister Game, obviously it's a good pick for them, but we're seeing the Winston ban come out. I think a great identification saying, look, you're very strong on the Winston on this map, we don't want to see it. And then on the opposite side, we don't want to see the Reaper either. You always see the Reaper coming in as the ban before the Winston, and that's saying, look, we want to play Winston, okay, but now you can't play it. So what Flops finds as kind of that answer, does he go into the Diva himself? Maybe a Wrecking Ball? Do you look to play more of a spammier type composition with a Sigma? There's a lot that's kind of open because you don't have that Winston available to you.
No, exactly. I mean, with that Winston ban, Winston is so strong on Dorado, so then you immediately start thinking who's going to be the next best tank. And I just can't think of a better tank than Diva at this stage, which plays right into Nate's hands. Very, very smart ban from Raiders here. Even if Diva is able to counter Winston, it's not necessarily the point of it. It's just more of a case of trying to mitigate what is comforting for the enemy team. And we will end up seeing Zarya coming through, preemptively trying to counter their Diva. Juno once again showing face here. We have yet to properly see too much value coming from Juno versus the other supports coming through, but I think that was just due to the chaos that we saw when that game was being played. Kyubi opting for that Symmetra once again. Good old dive Symmetra, my favorite type of Symmetra with Genji. And it seems that Raiders are also leaning more into this Kiriko comfort at the moment, and it is working for them very well.
Yeah, I think the Kiriko always like such great at survivability as well as putting out a lot of damage pressure. You know, each headshot is a headshot you can't really afford to take, especially when there's something like a Genji on the other side. You can always put pressure on you, but Genji outside spawn doors a little dangerous with the Mercy here.
And with the Diva floating off in the background there, I wouldn't be surprised if picks go in random places here. Well, that's a very interesting setup, to say the least. Nate finding Jinxie, yeah, it's clearly working for them. So, DC2 up, don't suit Zarya Bubble, you won't find any success. Teddy raising Jinxie, very strong duo to sort of basically get rid of very quickly. Nate putting in as much pressure as they can, however, they only have so much Matrix and will be going very, very low. Chaos is like Yubi is down. I think that they leaned too much into their chaos here. Super high flying Widowmaker. Somehow Nate is still alive and Yubi ends up getting rezzed by Ball as they just manage to keep up that pressure. I think there's just too many things going on for Sinister Gaming to sort of keep track of.
Yeah, I think it's just that little bit more of focus of saying, yeah, this is the target we need to keep going on. You know, try and stick together because they're looking to try and split us apart. So if we're playing together, they can't split us apart.
A bomb coming in from Nate, no doubt, dropping it onto their heads. Will he find anyone? Finds SJ Teddy. Very big pick going through. That Pharaoh will automatically be under a lot more pressure. They're trying to beam down Nate, however, it's being kept up by the support. Karma ends up getting beamed down by Kyubi. Kyubi says, I am the Symmetra player here. Nate finds Jinxie and SJ Flops, and they need to find an answer for how well adapted, well, how much chaos these Raiders are putting through to the enemy team. We will have Barrage coming through from Sinister Gaming soon, however, we have ults coming from Raiders too.
Yeah, and I think the Sombra swap here is a great one. Very great neutralizer against that Diva, you know, getting rid of the defense matrix for a couple seconds, especially when you're looking at a Barrage coming through. You know, you want to look for that Barrage, you hack Diva, and there's not really much answer to it.
We see an interesting rotation coming through, trying to sort of swap the playing field here. It looks like the Sinister Gaming is defending. Promise you that they are not. They hack Diva, but they're still able to fly around, putting so much pressure onto the DPS. Nate taking down Take a Stab and Karma. SJ Flops left alone on payload to be beamed down by Symmetra. Symmetra doesn't care about your barriers. She will just feed you damage and do even more damage. Barrage, unfortunately, not able to connect with anyone there, and we still see the Symmetra ult and Genji ult for Raiders online. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. I mean, I think I like the idea of the rotation. The problem was, Flops is the only one left on point there. Maybe looking he needs to go high ground as well to kind of help his team out. But Nate coming from behind once again. This Genji Blade could be big.
Genji Blade coming in. Genji Blade coming in will be devastating for them. However, we see Jinxie already going down to Nate, so maybe it was unneeded. They could be saving. Oh, Panda finds Karma. This is just a very, very different game. Panda ends up using Kitsune, but instantly gets grabbed. The grab is really huge. However, Chaos says that he is going to clear up with his blade and make sure that there is no stay in this fight for Sinister Gaming. All, of course, coming out with the reses for Raiders. And while all ultimates were used, they are able to sustain, and it's a relatively even fight. Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, a Graviton Surge kill itself in terms of damage is unseen, but Jinxie getting that opening pick on Panda could be huge. There isn't any res, but trade it back.
Sombra walked into a turret nest, unfortunately, and Nate ends up finding Moira. That's a lot of healing already down. They need to be able to secure targets. Both teams on the brink of so many different ultimates. Cassidy coming through for Sinister Gaming, which I don't think is necessarily going to help. Chaos finding one pick after the other, taking down the Pharmacy. Bubbles are running out for Zarya. Ball finds another res onto Kyubi. Chaos taking them down one by one. Look at the Symmetra turrets. They're beaming as Zarya. SJ Fox cannot last along. Nate already collapsing onto Karma. Chaos finding their fourth pick in this fight, completely demolishing the enemy team. And well played to Raiders for playing into their play style so heavily there, to the point where they are able to overwhelm time after time on Sinister Gaming with the Symmetra beam in the background, the Pharah, and so the D.Va putting in so much pressure into the Pharah, the Genji taking off those last picks, Ball being able to take res. Is just absolutely amazing gameplay from Raiders there.
Yeah, no, as you mentioned, the absolute chaos of it, but it's that controlled chaos, that perfect chaos. Always someone there to find that punish. Even if you see SG get that initial pick, they just weren't able to translate any further, and because of that, then the res comes out, and it feels like all that you put in is just kind of for naught. And going forward, a fuller hold than this, it's been seen before in Dorado, but is going to be extremely difficult. But I do think, looking at this composition, your Uramatra, Mei, Symmetra, it's already the workings of a full hold.
Are we going to get that room composition? Everyone just sits in that tiny room and prays that they live. I hope. It's so much chaos. It's so much fun to play. It's nonsense, to say the least. We haven't seen Jinxie on the Mei yet. It could be beneficial for their team, especially since Mei's primary fire can go through Matrix. So they are looking to maybe punish Nate here. However, with Kyubi on Sombra and Chaos and Genji, these are very strong ultimates to deal with when playing this sort of comp. An early wall onto the spawn doors. However, high ground already being taken from Nate and the DP. Two different high grounds on the enemy team here. So we're going to see interesting gameplay coming out. Nate already going down in terms of mech. Chaos already going down. All taking a fall here, and Sinister Gaming able to hold. Really good damage coming out from Jinxie. However, gets taken out from Panda. I think there was too much saying there. Even if they are able to take Panda on themselves, and again, Raiders just not stopping. They are able to just keep up the fight momentum, and suddenly this looks very scary for Sinister Gaming.
Yeah, and I think the one issue is we didn't see them play inside the room, but playing out in the open meant that they could abuse those high grounds quite well and force them to kind of react to it, as opposed to them just sitting in the room. It's looking very bad.
Chaos doing absolutely devastating amounts of damage here on Torbjorn into the tank with those right clicks. Bomb coming in, doesn't end up finding anyone due to Jinxie's cryo freeze. However, just so much damage coming through from Nate. just again that relentless just sort of onslaught coming through. Even when they have picks down, they are constantly inputting damage, and that will be map number 3 going to Raiders, 2-1 currently.
Yeah, and it's a big map to win because again, it has been that map that since the gaming have always gone back to us. This is the map we can win, and showing such a dominant performance on this map is going to make it very difficult for them going forward. And you don't have much in terms of your map diversity going forward. All you've got really now is you've got Flashpoint, Push, as well as Clash, which all lend themselves to quite aggressive playstyles, which is something that Raiders are very comfortable with.
To be fair, I think if you were in Sinister's gaming side, I think that Flashpoint would probably benefit them, because that having quite a strict discipline when it comes to regrouping and ensuring that your team's going together on Flashpoints, especially with how fast those points get taken down, it could be beneficial for them to possibly look at it as a map. However, again, it all depends on comfort and play style of the enemy team. So it could be that they may have not practiced that map too much, or any of those maps too much. So that would be my personal sort of prediction. But I mean, I've been wrong plenty of times on cast already. So we'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, I think wherever you go now, very much is that comfort pick. I think for some teams, you look at it and say, oh, we want to play push more because it's been out a bit longer, especially in a map like Qualifier. It's been pretty much in the map pool since the beginning of Overwatch 2, whereas these Flashpoint maps, we haven't had for nearly as long. It feels like they've only been there a couple of months, but I think probably over a year now. But even then, some teams might not necessarily be as comfortable with it.
No, definitely. And when we see also Overwatch 2 into maps where you want to try and throw the enemy team off by picking something completely brand new, or maybe you end up going into certain points where you just sort of stick to what you know, try and go through your different plans on your map, sort of take that time to think about your strategies and then execute them as we go forward.
Yeah, and it's going to be very important, especially because this is not only just your tournament life on your line, this is your LAN life on the line. You want to be able to get there, and you want that shot against Ethereal Darkness, which, yes, as we mentioned before, is going to be a difficult one, but you don't want that journey to end here.
No, definitely not. And speaking of taking just a little bit of time, we do have a request for just a 2-minute break from one of the teams. So we will be back just in a bit. Stay tuned. We could be seeing a very, very close map coming through, or we could be seeing who will become our losers bracket finalist coming through in this future team. Just stay tuned and we will be back. And welcome back from a small break here. We will be continuing on. Just to remind ourselves, we are seeing two teams in the semi-lower bracket final. Sinister Gaming versus Raiders. Currently, Raiders is 2-1 up Sinister Gaming. Both teams showing some really strong performances. However, the last map was absolutely devastating on Raiders' side on Dorado, taking what was originally Sinister's map and just turning it on its head, pretty much doing the equivalent of one of the best holes that we have seen on Dorado. So Sinister definitely needed this sort of small break to reevaluate what they are going to do and how they are going to play it. We do not have the maps just out. Oh no, wait, we do have the maps out here. And we are going to already just sort of jump into map 4 and see Throne of Anubis, the latest map added to Overwatch. What do you think of this map, Taryn?
I really enjoy, like, I think Clash in general. I believe the second time we're going to see this on broadcast. But Throne of Anubis, comparatively to Hanaoka, I feel it's very difficult to even get to that final point. Whereas like Hanaoka, I think you are pretty advantaged. If you're up in the map, you're always going to at least have a chance on that final point. Whereas Throne of Anubis, it feels very back and forth between kind of that middle point and then the first point towards, you know, each team spawn. So very interesting to see, as well as there's also a few high grounds I think that something like Hanaoka doesn't have, which you can take advantage of with things like Ash, Cassidy, even Echo. To think the Pharah could be a big one, but also, you know, where does the Diva fall? Okay, so looking forward at the bans, we do have that Diva ban coming through, and I think this is probably the best choice here. You know, we see Nate on that Diva do so much work, and probably
Sorry,
the most
I'm lagging
important
quite
ban.
a decent amount here. I'm trying to fix it on my side.
So, and then on the other side, we've got the Sombra, which probably isn't, you know, necessarily the best ban overall, but, you know, looking at it, can definitely be something that you want to target, because Sombra can be a big pain in a lot of teams, either through the hack, through the virus, or just the EMP in general being such a fight decider. But I'm really excited, looking forward, looking at, you know, Throne of Anubis, a map that we haven't seen yet, and a map that is very new, not only to Overwatch in general, but completely new to competitive Overwatch in South Africa.
Yeah, Throne of Anubis is definitely one of those maps where, because of how Flashpoint is just a very new game mode, I don't think that either team has sort of, well, any team has figured out how to play it perfectly. And as you say, these bans coming through are very, very targeted towards what has been putting a lot of pressure on both of their teams here. Nate's unfortunately not going to be playing Diva, so he'll be probably bringing out the Junker Queen, which seems to be his secondary tank pick here. Whereas the Sombra ban coming out, as you say, Sombra wins so many different, so many fights just from her ultimate alone, that just trying to prevent that momentum from one ultimate coming through is something that's really good for both teams, to be honest. So we're going to see how both of these teams adapt and see how they are able to change some of their strategies, especially when it comes to Raiders' sort of chaotic play, trying to capitalize off of the Diva pressure that Nate does. Unfortunately, we have joined Finland once again, so we will be, well, I said we will be going into the match. We are going to wait just a little bit. Oh, never mind. It's already back up and ready to go. So we will we hopefully will not see a complete stomp either side here. I mean, with this type of map, it's sort of like a tug of war almost, a lot of the time when looking how a lot of the games have gone traditionally. So our two team compositions are we got Raiders going in for a very heavy type of brawl comp with Symmetra, Reaper, Junker Queen, Kiriko, and Mercy. Sinister Gaming opting for a very standardized dive. What do you think of these two comps?
I really like, I think, the standardized dive here. I think Junker Queen can struggle a little bit on these points compared to the Winston because there's a little bit of those high grounds that Winston can play around, but it obviously is going to be very difficult for Flops diving into a team where his only real target is that Symmetra. You've got a very survivable Kiriko on one side, a Mercy, and then two shotguns in the form of Junker Queen and Reaper. It's going to be very important that his DPS get a lot of pressure.
I think that the key player over here is going to be left onto Kama, seeing what they can do on it. We do see a change in roster also for Sinister Gaming. Jinxie going off of DPS and going back onto support, and Loki coming in for DPS. So it could just be that we're seeing some of the comfort picks coming up from Sinister Gaming. However, just that anti-dive draw comp for Raiders just being such a good comfort for them melts through Sinister Gaming on that first point. Unfortunately, they do lose Kyubi in that process, but just taking that first point is always excellent for momentum. You do get very strong ultimates also on your team coming online before theirs.
Yeah, and I think, like, look, out of all the points, it's probably going to be the hardest for the Winston versus Junker Queen matchup. You know, here you've got a bit more high ground, but it's often your debate of, is it even better to win that first point? A lot of teams, players have been saying that, oh, the team that wins first point actually loses the map. So we'll see how this progresses going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we do see another punish coming onto TJ Flops over here. Sort of left his team alone. Some accurate shot coming up from Panda, however, ends up getting taken down by Jinxie. Jinxie unable to deal with the Symmetra beam damage, being pocketed by Ball. Ball finds another res for the momentum, and another very clean fight from Raiders. It'll be interesting to see if Sinister Gaming comes and recontest, but it doesn't seem that will be the case.
Yeah, and I mean, the Tracer was the only one there for the recontest, but the Pulse Bomb kill does come out. This could at least help them going forward onto the next point, but we've seen so far, you know, Flops really struggling to get that dive going, getting punished easily, and now swapping over to the Ramatra. He should have a bit of an easier time in this tank matchup.
And I mean, that was a very smart Pulse Bomb from Loki. They had to bait out TP and Ultimate. However, Raiders just say, do you know what? We're going to go without our Kirik, without all of our supports even, and we are just going to keep pushing forward. Chaos finding two picks. Incredibly strong play here. Karma gets pulled in by Junker Queen, gets taken down almost instantly. SJ Teddy falling low on Anna and gets taken down by Panda. We have Rally coming out, however, with the Reaper ult getting cancelled. That was a very smart play. However, Kitsune coming out, and they should be able to secure this point, point 3. When it is point 3 over here, the points keep on going, and they have to keep up this momentum. They can't just use all of their ultimates, so smart ultimate usage from Raiders is going to be incredibly important here. Sinister Gaming just needs to group up, otherwise they're just going to play into their hand and stagger. We got 4 points, they need to be able to win in every single point from now on. However, Sinister Gaming just keeps on going down one by one, and just even though they are touching the point, they are unable to get any sort of pick from the relentless Raiders. And ladies and gentlemen, we see our losers bracket finalists come through for the rematch against Ethereal Ducklings later on today. 3-1 to Raiders.
Yeah, and I think, especially on that last point there, you've got to acknowledge that, look, we've lost the first fight, we're going to lose the tick. Let's just take our time to regroup and get together. But unfortunately, they just were never able to find that time. And it can be important you're getting those picks because you have the defender's advantage, you have spawn advantage. Something we saw yesterday kind of used a lot in Vanquish's series against Talons, where Vanquish always seemed to be winning the team fights, but they could never really get any momentum because they're always losing 1 or 2 members, whereas here in this case, it was always Sinister Gaming coming in one by one, not really able to get much purchase onto the point, and not really get any picks. And I believe the only one we saw that came out was Rez in the end.
And I mean, just well played to Raiders for keeping up that momentum. It'll be interesting to see how they are going to continue this as they go forward into as they go forward into the matches later on today. I mean, they only have an hour to sort of prepare, wind down a little bit, and jump back into it against a team that they already lost 3-0 against yesterday, Ethereal Ducklings. So it's going to be a very interesting losers final. Will we see the same result as yesterday, or will we end up seeing Raiders taking in a lot of the information that they have learned and turning it on its head, like we saw earlier, well, just now, pretty much. Can't wait for the match later on.
Yeah, and it's very exciting, and I think massive credit go to Raiders, bringing that back, because it was a bit of technical difficulties in the beginning, and suffering that setback, but being able to show such dominant map 2, 3, and 4, it never really looked like they were ever going to find that time, to get back into that game. They never allowed Sinister Gaming to really get purchased in that game. But I think, looking forward, if we talk about MVP, I think we have a few candidates on the side of Raiders ZA, but I think specifically the two that I would like to highlight mostly is Nate and Panda. I think Nate was a great frontline for just the team in general and has been throughout the tournament, but Panda putting in a lot of work on the sidelines, making sure that Nate is always kept up and healing, but also on that Kiriko, providing so much damage that made it that they always were able to find a pick in those important fights that meant, that Sinister Gaming just weren't allowed to play their game. Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. Like, when looking at who to be player of the match here, I mean, I know that I always like shouting out the enemy team, the other team that ended up losing, and just good props to Jinxie for stepping into the DPS role, a role that they originally were meant to be playing support. However, they stepped in, and they stepped into quite a major capacity. They're putting in a lot of pressure on Farah. However, we do have to pick a player of the match from the winning team, and when you get to choose between Bull, with the amount of reses and momentum that they were able to provide for their team, to Panda with very crucial picks, to Kyubi with just such satisfying symmetric gameplay, putting so much pressure on the enemy team. It's well played to all of Raiders. However, I think that the star of the show was definitely Nate, just constantly being able to find opening picks, constantly being able to create space with their presence alone, playing Fat Tracer all along, and also supported with a very strong Junker Queen gameplay on very crucial maps where you think, oh, the D.Va is gone, what are they going to do? And they're just able to just put in so much damage with Junker Queen. I just can't see a better play of the match other than Nate in this situation.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, just enabling the team to do so much work. And I mean, we saw on Ilios Runes 4 D.Va bombs in the space of that entire round. So really, having a great effort there, and will be a big key aspect looking forward, going into the game against Ethereal Ducklings in, as you said, just under the hour. How can they give the space for Nate to get that value, because he really is that star player. He is someone that has said, look, the tank role, it's mine. I'm stamping my authority on these games, and it's going to be up to Ducklings to try and prevent that, but also in the same regard, Raiders to try and allow him that space and play around him, because their chaotic nature works so well because Nate is able to absorb that pressure and be that front line. But that is going to be it for us for now. And myself and Tux, this will be our final cast of the Last Chance Qualifier. But that will not be our final game tonight. Coming up very shortly at 5:30 will be the Ethereal Ducklings taking on the Raiders ZA for the last spot at LAN in October on the 26th at ATK Arena. Please be there for the game, and we will see you later.
Oodaloo!